Go ahead and play the recording.
Your safety is of foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen to the following instructions. In the event of an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and 911 should be called. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell D down the hallway past the elevators. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. Thank you and have a safe day.
Pat, are there any public speakers this morning?
Yes, I believe there are 2.
Our first speaker is Jason Anthony.
Good morning, Pat. I want to speak about the incident that happened yesterday at Forest Hills, that we found, believe it or not, bed bugs in one of the towers. This could be a safety hazard for our MTA New York City Transit employees, and it could be a safety hazard for my fellow commuters. These insects are they could spread around very easily. So my recommendation is have a safety protocol when these insects appear. Do the necessary fumigation to avoid future incidents like the one that we had the other day, that a passenger was found, let's say, deceased in a D train at Columbus Circle, and to avoid incidents that happened like last night in Forest Hills. So, and another thing, the homeless population is growing by the day, and I can see them in my home station panhandling. When I go to West 4th Street, I see them panhandling. At Penn Station, believe it or not, that they oftentimes sleep in Penn Station, and we cannot even go to Penn Station anymore because we don't feel safe in Penn. And not even in Grand Central. Grand Central is the biggest terminal in New York City. We cannot even go to Grand Central anymore. So let's see what the safety committee is going to do about this and other safety matters. So I'll see you guys later on in the full board.
Thank you. Our next speaker is William Drummond.
Good morning. I think I'm going to come back later. There's a lot of the empty seats here, but I was here 6 months ago, and I spoke about assaults. And in that 6 months, has been 61 more assaults. And them assaults has been gropings. Two of our members got coffee tossed at them, hot coffee, hot chocolate, feces. And this is this perverse trend has to stop. And they are assaulting us. I got a caller. I don't bring notes. I got a caller today from a conductor. And her fellow conductor had been spit on. And I took the call, and she said, please, can somebody come here and help him? He's crying. He's hysterical. And I insensitively, and I'm embarrassed by that, I said, he's a grown man. And I was at 130 Livingston Street. There was another conductor I didn't know. And he said, what happened? I said, a grown man just called. He said he was spit on. They say he's crying. He said, brother, I got spit on. He said, you don't know what that's like. He said, you sitting there marinating in someone's saliva, and you're humiliated, and you angry, and you want to kill that person. But I can't do anything. I'm a trans employee. Now, I feel bad. I couldn't relate to that. I've never been spit on. And I've been coming here talking about assaults and spitting and all these issues regarding assault, and I couldn't relate to him. And he was very humble about it. And I'm embarrassed, and I'm profoundly sorry for my insensitivity. But y'all don't know what it feel like. If I don't know, and I work down there, y'all couldn't know. And y'all have to do something about that. They are assaulting our membership for sport. And they're doing a lot of this because we're trying to transform this system, this antiquated system. And there's delays and there's things going on, and these passengers are frustrated, but some of them are sick and demented. And you're smart people, you have to do something
Please
about that.
conclude
Thank you for your
remarks.
time.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers for this morning.
Thank you. Minutes for the September 25th Safety Committee meeting have been distributed to all board members and are available on the website to the public. Do I have a motion to approve them? Second. Any changes or edits? All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Thank you. I'd ask you to take a look at the 2020 Safety Committee work plan, and I'll ask for a motion to approve it. I move it. Second. Any changes, edits to the 2020 Safety Committee work plan? All in favor? Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Pat, I'd ask you to take us through the safety metrics and the safety risk management report.
Thank you. Will do. Okay. Good morning, commissioners, staff, guests. Today, the safety team will touch on the 2020 work plan, address the challenge of preventing suicides on MTA property, and describe upcoming board requirements regarding the approval of the federally mandated NYCT Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan. We will also highlight our 2019 safety metrics, which all trended in the positive direction. Last year's improvements in safety demonstrate the significant effort by the safety offices in cooperation with the MTA's talented workforce, who continuously strive to do the right thing. Starting with the 2020 work plan, we just approved it, but just some of the highlights are on this slide. Of particular interest to the committee will be the transformation of the safety organizations across the enterprise, which of course is part of the much larger MTA transformation, so we'll talk about that later in the year. And as our norm, we will review safety metrics, and our efforts to manage risk will be discussed at all safety committee meetings during the 2020 year. Before each of the agencies report out, let me frame their discussion on suicide prevention. As the statistics on the slide depict, the impacts of suicide are significant across the nation, let alone at the MTA. Our MTA properties last year, there were 42 confirmed suicides and 29 other attempts. The emotional burden endured by the loss of these individuals is heavy on their families and friends, and particularly challenging for MTA employees and first responders who were either unwitting participants in the deaths or involved in the recovery of the remains and subsequent investigations of the incidents. Further, the financial costs stemming from the disrupted service and the manpower involved in the investigation, medical support, and recovery of the remains are heavy. Lastly, the inconvenience endured by the countless MTA customers is significant and unnecessary. While today's presentation is focused on suicide prevention, there are many other trespassing incidents for which suicide is just a subset that confront the transportation industry and the MTA, and present many of the same costs to the communities involved that I just described for suicide. This slide illustrates the increase in injuries and deaths on the railroad properties across the United States. While statistics on transit properties are not readily available, collectively the transportation industry, to include our federal and state regulatory agencies, recognize the costs stemming from trespassing and suicide and are applying resources towards addressing these issues, such as our resident in the National Operation Lifesaver program. Unfortunately, there are no easy or sure solutions to prevent trespassing, and in particular, suicide attempts. That said, the costs just described are unacceptably high and drive the MTA to act. At the MTA headquarters, multiple programs were initiated this last year to provide tools for our employees to better take care of themselves, to identify those needing assistance, and to provide information as to where professional assistance can be secured. Of note, MTA continues to a marketing campaign. Here we use our electronic billboard system to provide information to employees and customers on who to contact if either they are emotionally distressed or they observe someone who appears to be suffering. We have also rolled out a mental first aid training program. This program provides MTA employees with skills to more readily identify individuals who are suffering at home, in their community, among their fellow employees, and in the workplace. This training further provides appropriate intervention techniques and information on where to direct distressed individuals for professional help. Lastly, it is recognized that physical health directly impacts our mental health. Therefore, we're rolling out a Healthy Mondays initiative, which provides ideas to the workforce on activities that will improve their physical and mental well-being. So if there are no questions at this point, we'll go to the agency reports. Lori, please. Long Island Railroad.
Good morning. So I want to start by touching on some of the trends. Going to the first batch of safety statistics, our customer accidents and employee lost time injury accidents continue to plateau. We have launched a new enterprise safety system, so we're collecting a lot more data points than we have in the past, and we're looking forward to leveraging that to be more strategic in our decision making about where to focus our efforts. As our public speaker alluded to, Long Island is also struggling with the assault of our employees. Those are increasing. We find that the interaction that seems to trigger this type of abuse, for lack of a better word, of our employees are fare disputes. And as this gentleman alluded to in the public speaking session, spitting is the #1 reaction that our customers are inflicting on our employees. And I use those words, inflicting and purposefully. Our employees are very professional, they're very dedicated, and we continue to work with the MTA police, we continue to work with labor to help with training our employees, with providing support to our employees, and we are looking forward to the deployment of the increased MTA police to hopefully help us to combat, by having that presence on the system, combat that type of behavior, because it is unacceptable. So we continue to look at that and remain very much concerned about that. Continuing on with our safety statistics, I think it's also important to note, and on grade crossing accidents, we kind of put it at a plateau, but it is important to note that it has gone down significantly if you look at the 3-year cycle. We attribute that very much to our focus on grade crossings and trains on the tracks, because don't forget, by implementing those delineators and the ways solution and leveraging that technology, we believe that increased focus on grade crossings has truly benefited us across the system. Moving on to suicide statistics, again, we do tragically have folks that do commit suicide using our system. We do have, as a member of the community, we take very seriously this public health crisis. And with that stated, we have implemented a number of suicide prevention efforts. So new for us, we are installing blue lights at our stations as stations become rehabilitated and undergo renovation. This is a pilot program that we've implemented based on what we've seen internationally in other countries, Japan and the UK, that they have seen some benefit from implementing the blue lights on their platforms and in their stations. We are also reinvigorating our suicide prevention efforts by implementing newly designed signs, and those are all being installed at our stations, referencing our ongoing partnership with the Long Island Suicide Prevention Coalition Response and Long Island Crisis Center. So we contract locally with these providers for this dedicated hotline. So when somebody is in our system and they believe that they need assistance, this hotline takes them directly to trained counselors that can provide them with support and references. We also continue to focus on our high security fencing to be able to harden our system. And we are building on the success that Metro-North has experienced by leveraging their QPR training. So thank you, Justin and Metro-North. So all of our ambassadors and ticket clerks will start to be trained at the end of this month. The focus of the training to be able to give them the skills and heighten their awareness so that they can intervene, because research shows that sometimes somebody that's intent on committing harm to themselves, a simple interaction, whether it's a smile or a conversation with somebody, may help to break that moment that they're in, the despair that they're feeling. So we're looking forward to the benefits of that training. Moving on, I know one of the things that we've been focusing heavily on are the differences between Metro-North and Long Island Railroad when it comes to customer injuries. Justin and I continue to have conversations about our systems, and while we're continuing to leverage best practices and strategies, we thought it was important to look at it a little quantitatively as well. So you'll see the question had been, well, what would the rate be if we didn't factor Penn Station in? Penn Station accounts for the largest portion of injuries for the Long Island Railroad. Just looking at the time period for 2019, we had 71 customer injuries at Penn Station. The next closest station is Jamaica. And that Jamaica we had 9. So there's a stark contrast, and if we look across our system, between what the experience is in Penn Station versus the rest of our system. We believe a lot of that is attributed to the physical plant that exists in Penn Station. It's starkly different from Grand Central, and I think as I've alluded to before, under Governor Cuomo's leadership, Penn Station is being transformed, and we've already seen the benefit on the West End Concourse. We're not experiencing these types of events on the West End Concourse. It's open, it's well lit, and we're looking forward to the benefits of a transformed Penn Station to help us in this area. In addition to the customer flow, to get down to your platform, and I say down, is very different than Grand Central. Grand Central, you're walking on a level onto the platform, onto your train. One of the areas that we experience the biggest challenges is on our stairs and our escalators. You have this hundreds of folks that once their train is posted, which unfortunately is because of the complexity of the system there, usually less than 10 minutes before it's scheduled to depart, we have hundreds of people funneling now into these stairs and these escalators to go down to the platform to get to the train. And that's where we see the biggest challenge. So from a qualitative perspective, the experience at Penn Station is very different for our customers than at Grand Central Terminal. I think the other dynamic that we've noted also is that, so we're a FRA reporting entity, so we have certain criteria that we have to report on based on the conditions set out in the regulation. Justin and Metro North have a fire brigade at Grand Central Terminal, so they're able to determine in a much better fashion than we are when a customer is seeking medical attention whether or not it is going to result in a reportable injury. For many of our incidents at Penn Station, our reports are through the MTA police, and somebody goes away in an ambulance, we have to assume that they're getting more than first aid in their treatment. So we have to report those, even though they may not, one, be our customers, and two, actually be resulting in more than first aid. So there's the qualitative aspect of it, and then there's the challenge of how we get reports and what happens at Penn Station. But with that said, in addition to the transformation of Penn Station, we do work very closely with Amtrak and with New Jersey Transit because they experience a lot of the same challenges we do from a physical plant perspective. So even as example, when we had these service changes with the state of good repair for Amtrak, we partnered with New Jersey Transit and with Amtrak to do assessments of how customer flow is going and making those adjustments. So we work very closely in partnership with the other agencies at Penn Station to try to mitigate some of the challenges and hazards that our customers may encounter. Moving to the next slide, you'll see from an industry perspective, Justin, I also wanted to touch on comparatively how our agencies are doing to the other commuter railroads in the Northeast. So you'll see from a ridership perspective, Long Island leads the pack with 91 million plus riders. And the low end of the spectrum, you have MBTA with 32 million. As far as rates go, again, you see the ranges on the very low end of the spectrum, Metro North at less than 1 actually, and the other agencies accordingly. So no, I'm going to turn it over to Justin to see if he has anything he wants to add as well.
So I think Lori touched on a lot of it, but just a couple other items to point out is, as Lori mentioned, we have the fire brigade. So the fire brigade responds to all employee and customer injuries. So they're the first responder. They're there before the paramedics, before the ambulance. So we have a very good handle on what's going on with the individual that's injured. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we have the big boards at Grand Central Terminal. All the trains are on the boards 30 minutes prior to departure. So there's really not a guessing game when you're boarding our trains where the train's going to come in or what track it's going to come in on. Our customers know. The other piece of it is at the gate boards, it's on the board 20 minutes prior to departure. And for the most part, our trains come in and leave off the same track pretty much every day, or to the extent possible. And when they can't, they're essentially in the same vicinity. So it's not as if our customers are running all over the terminal trying to figure out where to go. They have a general idea of where they need to go each and every day. So those are some of the differences and similarities between us and some of the reasons for our metrics to be the way they are. So if there's any questions on that.
Yeah,
I'm watching these slides, and the comparison between Grand Central and Penn is apples and oranges. One is a terminal station, the other is a through station. One has just Metro North customers, the other has 3 different companies utilizing it. So it's really apples and oranges.
Can I just ask, if you could go back to that slide that shows the comparison of the Grand Central? Good. So the raw numbers are how many at Penn Station was 70 something, and how many at Grand Central?
31.
So I'm just wondering, it's often useful to have, and then maybe you've already done it, some granularity of what they are. So how many are slips and falls, how many are in escalators, how many are on steps, those types of things. I think if we could take a look at those, it might also help point us in some good direction.
I use Penn Station, the New Jersey Transit side, and I agree with all the comments that you've made. A great deal of the injuries come from trying to run down to get your train. At the board meeting, I'll be moving a study that Jano's conducting, which is primarily oriented to getting movement, to figuring out how to move people through the station, and especially the up and down portion. I really think that if you have the granularity, that would help expand his study into the right place. So I think things are coming together here, and it's good to see. I also think that the fire brigade is, I realize you have some institutional issues at Penn Station, but I've also seen that when there's an issue, the organizations do come together and work together. So don't take that off the table. It's possible to do it. It's just a little more challenging.
Commissioner Tessitore, Commissioner Brown.
So I'd like to circle back a little bit to what I consider the most important stat of the morning, and that's the employee assaults. I've talked about it in the past. The fact that the numbers are going up should be a tremendous concern to us, and I think we need to take a real good look at what we've done since we've all agreed that this is unacceptable in past meetings, because I know we're taking steps and issues involving training and how to try to educate employees to deal with the public. But if I may, I'm a conductor by trade. You know, I've been involved in a few scuffles in my 25 years. I've been spit on, and there's nothing worse than being spit on. I would rather get punched than be spit on, to be quite honest with you. And, you know, the law is the law, and how these incidents of extreme harassment are played out in the field become very concerning for our employees, because unless you're taken off a train or leave a train with a physical injury, those hidden scars that the speaker had talked about this morning sometimes go unnoticed. And sometimes you'll get, you know, calls in the field, you know, you better check on Joe. You know, he had that incident 2 days ago. He's back to work, you realize that, and he's walking around in a fog because he was engaged in a fair dispute that is humiliating and oftentimes. At a time where we're more concerned about fare evasion than we've ever been in my career on this property, throughout all 3 agencies. We're motivating people of the importance of fare collection. They're going out there and doing their job. They're dealing with different forms of technology that are creating new challenges that we've never really prepped before regarding e-tickets and scanning and identifying new and improved scams from ridership that are creating fare disputes from both honest commuters and dishonest commuters. So we have to do something. We have to take action to do something, because it's very hard to continually motivate employees to be diligent on the front lines to collect fares, because that money is so important, when the statistics of the battles that they're dealing with on the trains and in the system are elevating. So even in this category, the person that goes back to work in a day or two, you know, we offer them employee assistance. We send them to the employee assistance program, where if they're fortunate, the employee assistance program will cover them and allow them to go sick for a few days, to go talk to somebody. So now they're using their own sick time to deal with a little bit of a traumatic incident that maybe we need to treat differently. Because in my opinion, that becomes an on-the-job injury when you're humiliated or extremely harassed or spit on in the public. So if we want our frontline crews to be there for the riders because they're dedicated to do so, they're dedicated to collect fares, they're dedicated to be visible, they're dedicated to provide a safe environment for our riders, we got to be there for them, and we have to show them that there's support in the field for them. The MTA police are coming, we understand. We have to incorporate the police officers onto the trains and into the system, including the commuter rails and the transit system, and let the commuters start to understand that this is unacceptable. Too often, they're even allowed to remain on the trains that there is an altercation on because of the law. Their hands are tied. There's no blame to the police department here. We work well with them and we love them for what they do. But at the same token, they have to have the tools to be able to support us better out in the field. And I hope this just isn't another attempt at me just saying, this is unacceptable and we have to stop it. We have to do something to stop it.
Bobby, do you want to?
Yeah, I'd just like to comment on that because no one knows this better than New York City Transit with the amount of assaults that we actually get day in and day out. One of the issues that we've seen is that spitting, and I agree with you on that. I'd rather be punched than spit at, absolutely, 100%. Harassment is a violation. It has to occur inside an officer's presence for anything to be done or even investigated. We now have a legislative recourse that we're dealing with through law of putting in legislature to get harassment upgraded to a misdemeanor, which makes it a crime, not a violation. So this way, at least we can pursue it a lot further than what we could do to begin with. It's a horrendous thing. We also have a second piece of legislature that's in to add additional titles to the Assault 2 package. And what that means is that if you look inside the penal law, Assault 2 takes in many of the categories of employees that we have. Some employees are not in there, and we're putting in to get everyone covered. And I think that's very important, but I agree with you.
Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Lynn.
Well, the longer the wait, the more you got to say. But the in reference to what Bob was saying there about the legislation, that was going to be my point. Is the police need to be armed not only with whatever they're armed with, mostly psychological skills, but they also need to be armed with legislation to back up the severity of these behaviors. In that regard, one of our organization is trying to push legislation themselves, and I'd love you to coordinate with them and see if you can work on it. Won't
sure, absolutely.
get in each other's
Anybody
way.
has anything with this, please contact me. I would gladly be the point person on this because I feel that it's important. It has to be done.
Now back to the points I wanted to make 10 minutes ago. But the first of all, with regard to the fire brigade at Metro North, it's I'd say it's one of our most enthusiastic groups of people. Kathy will probably back me up on that. I don't know. I overstate my position quite often, but they are the people that are on that group. They love it. They love being. They concentrate a lot on first aid stuff and talk about first responders. Boom, they're there. They've also been a great source of leadership for the union, and quite a few of the people that were on there have been migrated into management positions. And there's quite a few managers participating as well. It's sort of a Dunkirk thing. We're all in this together. And in that regard, then I'd like to pivot to Penn Station, and as we look and contrast the two situations, we have members on both properties, and we have members in Jersey Transit and Amtrak as well. But the main element here we got to focus on things we can do, and the thing about Metro North is we have control over what we do. So when we want to create a fire brigade, we put together the systems and the personnel and the call for volunteers and train them, and we control the whole entire process. Kathy can correct me if I'm wrong again. But on Penn Station, it's simply not that. And in the fire brigade, the absence of that sort of thing is really more. Yeah, of course, you work with Jersey Transit and Amtrak. You have little choice but to work with Jersey Transit and Amtrak. customers are getting off of their train, getting onto yours. They're the ones that are falling down in the corridor. You know, it's a giant mess, authority mess. I'm surprised the statistics aren't even worse. I mean, when you go to the shock of Penn Station relative to Grand Central's, you know, hits your body and your brain at the same time. But perhaps I mean, you can only, I mean, working together is a function of working together. You know, we all do better when we all do better. And if Amtrak and Jersey Transit were to work with you on creating a fire brigade there, you know, I know it would, you know, you'd have to balance out your authority stuff, and all that takes expense too. And I was going to query you as to how much of the statistical difference was a function of administrative friction between the different institutions, but it's not a relevant question. I mean, I'm specialized in irrelevant questions, but my point is, though, that doing a fire brigade or a emergency volunteer, whatever you want to call it there, with those people would allow all of your organizations to funnel your activities through the same group, and that would be my preference for a improvement in the situation.
So I think this has been a fascinating conversation. I think also the nexus between fare evasion and employee safety is one that we haven't discussed and is obviously an important one. I'm wondering whether we ought to use the model of the TWU labor agreement, which talks about having a fare evasion committee, labor management committee, and I'm wondering whether there shouldn't be an interdisciplinary committee that involves both Long Island Railroad, Metro North, and the TWU Transit, and has a labor management group. Now, this is often difficult because you get hundreds of people coming to a meeting. Is there a possibility of having a group of a dozen people, something like that, that can sit and continue this conversation in a labor management forum, and coming up with employee worker suggestions along with management suggestions, and really move this forward on an MTA basis. But I think this is a perfect problem for a labor management collaboration. The interests coalesce of the groups, and we ought to be getting the input and continuing this conversation on a regular basis. So I don't know if there's a role I could play in it to be part of it. I'd be happy to be involved, but I do think this is perfect for that type of continued conversation.
Okay, thanks. Justin, you want to continue?
Yes, sir. All right, as discussed at Tuesday's committee meeting, both customer and employee injuries continue to trend down and outperform the previous time period. Customer injuries are down nearly 17%, and employee injuries are down by 13%. We also had an increase in employee assaults, up by 1 incident from 8 to 9, and we continue to work with MTA PD to help address these incidents. We also have we just recently started a meeting between labor, management, and the MTA PD to start looking at these incidents and figure out what's actually going on, because a lot of them are fare disputes, and a lot of them are actually physical assaults on our property more so than spitting, but we do have a few spitting events as well. There were no mainline derailments or collisions in this most recent time period, and grade crossing incidents were unchanged. However, we did have one recently, which took place Tuesday evening in Sloatsburg, New York on the Port Jervis line. Train 55 struck a tractor trailer at Washington Avenue shortly after 6 p.m. The tractor trailer was stuck on the grade crossing attempting to make a right turn onto the approach at New York Route 17. As the driver was attempting to get the tractor trailer off the grade crossing, train 55 struck the trailer. There were no injuries as a result of this incident. For trespasser injuries not involving a train, we experienced an increase from 7 to 10, and for trespasser injuries involving a train was unchanged at 14. Yes, ma'am.
I was actually on 55 on Tuesday, and I'd like to congratulate everybody who was involved in getting people off the train. It was a minor incident compared to what a train wreck usually is, completely without any kind of injuries, and our engine took some damage, but not as significantly as you would expect, not so for the truck. But I have to say that Metro North, the crew was New Jersey Transit. Metro North was on the scene. MTA police were on the scene very, very quickly. The announcements were good. We knew what was happening. The passengers were very polite to each other. Some were confused and stressed. Everybody wanted to get home. Actually, the coach bus service, which runs on the road parallel to the track, stopped and took some of our passengers on board and took us to Tuxedo and Harriman. And New Jersey Transit buses took us from Harriman to wherever we needed to go to our home station. So all in all, I don't want to repeat the experience, but it was very interesting and good to see everybody come together and work to help people who were stranded. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question raised by Commissioner Brown. If there's a slip or fall on a stairway in Penn Station, is that attributed to the track that it's on as to which railroad that's considered a slip or fall on? 1 through 7, is it a New Jersey Transit fall, or is it just whatever train happens to be serving that stairway at that time?
So the location and the owner and who maintains the physical plant does make a difference in reporting responsibility. The fact that there are customers does make it primarily our responsibility, but we're actually exploring that dynamic now.
I mean, it's not Long Island's responsibility if it's a track that Amtrak normally uses and it was an Amtrak train that people were going to or coming from, correct?
So, I'm sorry, so you...
My question is, does the track that the slip or fall, the stairway
No,
leading to the track,
the assumption of who the customer is what starts the conversation about reportability and responsibility.
no matter which track it is?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. So of the 14 incidents we experienced from December 2018 to November 2019, 6 were confirmed suicides, 2 were confirmed suicide attempts, and there were 2 incidents reported as accidents. 1 was undetermined, and 3 still remain under investigation. So of those 14, 13 were male and 1 was female, and the incidents were split between the Harlem and New Haven lines at 6 each, with 2 on the Hudson. And the majority of the incidents took place between 3 and 9 p.m. and took place in the fourth quarter. So moving on to some of the initiatives that we're focused on to address this. So first, as part of our TRACS program, we partnered with the National Suicide Lifeline to provide individuals within our service territory a toll-free number for them to call. This information is displayed on board our trains and on station platforms. The poster on the screen is an example of our most recent campaign. As part of the new campaign, we also included the Crisis Text Line. This is a partnership we began in April of last year. The Crisis Text Line is a free text messaging service with 24/7 support for those in a mental health crisis. We work with the Crisis Text Line to develop a unique keyword and effective messaging for the campaign. So anyone experiencing a mental health crisis on Metro North can text the keyword "next to you" to 741-741 and immediately connect with a trained counselor via text. In 2019, we had 13 contacts using this unique keyword, and 4 of those came in the month of December. So given that a large portion of our society actually prefers text messaging than actually speaking to someone, this partnership was extremely important for us. And in March of last year, we also rolled out Question, Persuade, Refer, QPR training to teach employees how to recognize the warning signs of someone experiencing a mental health crisis or suicide crisis, and how to get them the assistance they need. The training was first rolled out to frontline employees and is currently being expanded to include all employees this year. In 2019, the Office of System Safety trained over 450 employees in QPR. And as part of National Suicide Prevention Month in September, our TRACS program partnered with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention and participated at 4 local Out for Darkness walks throughout New York and Connecticut. Metro North employees, family members, and friends joined our team and participated in the walks to support suicide prevention and awareness. This marks the 2nd year that Metro North participated in this event. And finally, we are also reviewing the feasibility of piloting anti-trespass guard panels on our property. These are widely used in Europe as an additional safety measure to prevent pedestrians from trespassing onto right-of-ways, and we're currently taking a look to see if it's going to work for us. So that concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Justin. Peter, let's do construction development. Use another one. Use the one next to you.
Good morning. So MTACC's had 4 major projects in its works in 2019, which represented roughly 55.5 million hours and approximately 2,700 contractor workers. We have experienced a slight uptick in our lost time injury. This mainly due to change of operations, constraint of space, and material supply logistics. We continue to work with our contractors addressing lagging indicators, conversion to leading indicators. The statistics that are in the book are portraying what our major focus for the initiatives that we are taking, and we have a strategy going for 2020 to continue this process going forward. That concludes my presentation. Any
Thanks,
questions?
Peter. Okay, bridges and tunnels. Eric, please.
So good morning, everybody. I'm pleased to report that B&T performance indicators continue to show a decrease in collision as well as collision with injury, with an increase of traffic to over 900,000 crossings per day. Employee injuries have also decreased. Lost time injuries have decreased within this reporting time, decreasing to approximately 35%. So this is all positive news. If we can, next slide, we can go. So I'll talk about the significance of this slide in a minute, but overall, as far as suicides occur within our system, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge has the highest incidence of suicides. And this is consistent throughout a 10-year period. So next slide, Pat. So over the past several months, we've been taking a fresh look at our suicide prevention strategies by partnering with Columbia University and New York City Department of Health to assess our facilities and review the communication presented to our customers. We conducted joint assessments consisting of visiting each of our facilities to review infrastructure, look at the signage, positioning of the signage, and the call boxes that connect to New York City well and mental health professionals to try to determine any advantage that we may gain by using these behavioral specialists, looking at this truly from a multidisciplinary approach. Next slide, Pat. Go back to the previous slide. This wasn't changed. Something was supposed to be changed. Apologize. As a result of the feedback that we received from this joint assessment, we changed our signage, our messaging from life is worth living to having trouble don't struggle alone. The signage that we provide provides a number to New York City well, just in case that there's anybody that feels the need, that they're on the fence of having suicidal thoughts or tendencies, they can call this particular helpline and receive some intervention that hopefully will prevent them for what they're thinking about doing. We're also awaiting authorization to use a national 899 number. The federal government has recognized that there's been over a 30% increase in suicides over the past 10 years, and the one of the responses to this is a communication medium where, similar to 911, where there's a crisis and you call 911 for first responder intervention. The same concept is going to be provided to the general public using this 899 number. My understanding, discussions are occurring at the FCC as we speak, and I'm working with my contact at the Columbia University to find out when we can actually implement this. We think that this is a good service that would serve the needs of our customers as they're going through our facilities. We also worked into the conversation with this joint assessment team the importance of our enforcement, our law enforcement personnel. Our law enforcement personnel are connected to the systems that are on the bridge. So if any of the call boxes are activated, if in the event they use the New York City well number and the individual on the phone provides a location to where they are, and if they're on our facility, we can, our surveillance assets as well as our command center get activated, and we can go to the location that the individual is, and we can provide intervention at time for that individual at that time. We recently had a successful event where we're on the RFK, the system worked perfectly, the individual saw the sign, the individual activated the call box, the command center was made aware of what was happening, we were able to dispatch personnel, and as a result an intervention was made, and we believe that that person's life was saved as a result of it. So getting back to the significance of the Verrazano, one of the points that was made by this joint assessment team was that physical barriers are a primary prevention, at least when it comes to bridges. Something that I've learned about the behavioral characteristics of those that are choosing a bridge to commit suicide, there is an absolute fixation to that asset. So if an individual is focused on the iconic structure of the Verrazano to end their life, that asset is very important in that individual's planning of ending that individual's life. The concept being is that if there's a physical barrier in place that prevents that individual from accessing a drop point to an area below, that individual does not seek another media or method to commit suicide. So method substitution doesn't necessarily fall in line here. What I'm trying to say simply is there's a notion that if I put a barrier up on the Verrazano, well, they're only going to go to the Throgs Neck. Data indicates otherwise. So what's occurring at the Verrazano, we've installed 2 prototype fences on the upper and lower level. We're studying these prototype fences to see how they impact operational activity, both from a maintenance perspective and a first responder perspective. We're going to get feedback from both of those functions to see if there are any changes that need to occur from an operational standpoint. And once we receive that feedback, we're expecting to go forward with construction by the end of this year. So I truly believe that this is going to be a major preventative initiative for bridges and tunnels to have a barrier in place that would prevent access to those drop points. And as a result, we should be looking at this and evaluating this in the next couple of years, and we should see if data is consistent from what's happening on other bridges, lives will be saved as a result of it.
Thanks, Eric. Anybody have any questions? All right, let's go to Transit.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'll start off first with our statistics. As you can see, I'm really going to touch on the ones that we've seen a rise in. The first one we see is regional bus customer accidents, okay, which is up roughly about 13%. Based upon this, we're doing undercover rides, employee posters, and training. What we are finding is that I guess you would say the driving factor here a lot of times is what's known as thrown by movement. With the advent of bike lanes and different type roadway setups, bus operators are challenged by people coming in front of them, dodging out in front of them, and they have to try to address that. So that's what's really driving up that number. The Department of Buses is doing a campaign as far as making bus operators aware of this, and we're starting to see the number tick down, so that's important. The next one is employee lost time injuries. We're doing employee awareness, and again, a poster campaign again. The biggest driver in this is assaults and overexertions, right? And we touched on assaults a little bit with that. The next one, as far as our derailments, we have a little uptick in yard derailment, which is really a focus on housekeeping and making sure that the yard environment is better suited. If you go down to regional bus collisions, that's up slightly. It's up like 0.2%. We're dealing with collision warning systems, pedestrian turn warnings, and undercover rides, again, to try to address it. When you get down to reported trespassing, and I kind of lump that in with contact with train also, we're looking for customer awareness, trying to make sure people understand that they shouldn't be on the tracks. That's the first thing, especially with trespass. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that a contributing factor here is probably homeless population looking to try to sleep somewhere or trying to squirrel themselves away. Contact with trains, interesting statistic is that 34% of our CWIs are actually on the platform itself. And there's another 25% that is actually struck within the confines of the station. So they're kind of related with the trespass a little bit, but some of these ones that are on the platform, we actually have people that walk into the train, which is kind of amazing, and that could maybe be attributed to maybe having a little bit too much good cheer. All right. Assaults on employees, we talked about. I think we're in total agreement with that. I mean, bus barriers have been a help. Video is definitely a help as far as a prosecution tool, going after people that have done these assaults. And I think what's really important is the vigorous prosecution of people who do these assaults. I give kudos to Craig and Andy, who actually showed up at, I think, at least 2 or 3 times at criminal court to, vocalize how important it is that these people are prosecuted for injuring our employees, and I think that's very important. Moving on to suicide statistics. As you can see, our total contact with train fatalities is actually down. Our number of alleged suicides, which is completed, is down, but our number of attempted suicides is actually up by 24. I'm sorry, yeah, it's 24 for 2019. If you go to the next slide, you see suicide prevention efforts that we're trying to utilize is intervention of signage, which is posted at all underground stations. We're partnering with New York City Well, and we're participating on the MTA Safety Management's office-sponsored agency-wide suicide prevention work group. All right, we can go to the next slide. Here's something that we do want to bring up is the actual change of us going from a system safety program plan to an agency safety plan. 49 CFR Part 73, which is the Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan, replaces what's known as the SSPP. Part 673 requires a Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan that must be brought from the actual entity. If you go to the next slide, I'm sorry. Okay, the ASP documents the process and procedures for New York City Transit Safety Management System, SMS, based on a safety program that's detailing what was known as the 4 pillars: safety management policy, safety risk management, safety assurance, and safety promotion. There are 21 elements of the SSPP that is now going to be brought into 8 elements or 8 sections of an ASP. A little bit of streamlining, the same information, but streamlining it a little bit down. So there's some basic ASP requirements. It's got to be approved by the New York City Accountable Executive and Board of Directors, reviewed and updated and approved annually. Designate a New York City Transit Chief Safety Officer. Document the New York City Transit SMS process and describe New York City Transit employee safety reporting programs. So, the status of the actual transition. New York City Transit is transitioning from system safety program plans to an ASP for Department of Subways and Department of Buses. There will actually be 2 ASPs. The board will receive the PT ASPs for review prior to the April Safety Committee meeting. We're going to get that to you as quick as possible. New York City Transit will request the board PT-ASP approval at the April Safety Committee meeting for submission to the PTSB, which in turn goes through the FTA. Any questions?
On your yard and mainline
Yeah.
derailment statistics, have you ever broken that down by car class?
You know, I believe it's there, but I don't think we actually did like a running total of it. A lot of times what we're finding to be, especially with yard derailments, it is the maintenance in the yards. Trains are traveling at a much slower speed.
Right.
So the maintenance is not as, I guess, as heavy
Maintenance
as we
of
do
track?
of track, just to make sure, because sometimes we had one derailment where track had actually separated slightly, and that caused it. We've also had sometimes an operator will take a train, go over a switch that should have been thrown, back up, and then derail also. So there are all little things that we look at. Some of it is training issue, and some of it is yard maintenance. But I'll take a look at that for you, and I'll actually get back to you on
Thank you
that.
so much.
You're welcome.
Sir?
Can I make a recommendation that, being that this is the safety committee, can we move portions of the issues dealing with assaults to the agencies to deal with concerning fare collection policies and procedures and field reports, now that we're identifying that a lot of it is all geared towards fare evasion? Can we move that to the committees, and maybe the chairs of the committees can take on a little bit to deal with the policies and procedures, and also employee support after the incidents, making sure that we monitor and keep track of how we're following up with employees that fall in those in-between situations of assaults and harassment and things of that nature. Because, this committee is perfect for what it's doing, but if it's policies and procedures, I think that has to move somewhere else.
Okay, well, I'll take that note, and clearly there's a whole policing kind of security function here that needs to be looked at. Right? Are there any other questions? Can I ask one of the board members to adjourn this meeting? Okay. All right. It's over. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the January board meeting of the MTA. We're going to start with public speakers. Leah, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 18 members of the public registered to speak today. For our public speakers, I'd like to remind you that in the interest of time and fairness to all the speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you'll see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker is H.P. Schroer, followed by Gian Padula.
Good morning. I'm H.P. Schroer, a World War II veteran and director of You Me We, a self-funded nonprofit organization representing 12,000 veterans attending colleges in New York City. New York City has taken steps to correct an injustice to veterans by enabling those attending college to purchase MetroCards at half off. It's now time for the state to step up to the plate. It's not only a moral obligation, but it makes economic sense to do so. I want to thank Robert Mojica and Pat Foy to meet with me later today to discuss the 2 state bills which will enable all veterans to get purchasing Metro tickets and Long Island Railroad and Metro North at half off. We have a majority of the legislators from both parties supporting the bills. This is a nonpartisan issue. The bills should be put up for a vote and funded. The estimated cost is between $17 to $20 million. If 2 cents were dedicated from each fare collected, the money accumulated would far exceed the estimated cost. I would like to ask the members of this board, raise your hands if you don't believe a veteran's service and sacrifice is worth 2 cents. I would ask the public, in behalf of my fellow veterans, do you believe that a veteran's service is worth 2 cents? Raise your hands if you do.
Please conclude your remarks.
I asked the governor, will you approve and fund these bills when they are put up for a vote? We look forward to your answer. I thank you.
The next speaker is Gian Padula, followed by William Drummond.
Right here, right? Oh. Just give me a second. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Padula, and I'm a supervisor with Educational Vision Services. I'm also a member of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. The ACTA is a volunteer group of community members that represents different disability groups. We collect and provide feedback to New York City Transit about different accessibility issues dealing with subways, buses, and Access-a-Ride. And my question is, what happens with that feedback? We raise issues, we are heard, and then nothing. And we're basically told to go pound sand. In light of these issues, I then wrote a letter outlining my concerns about Access-a-Ride and on-demand service. I then circulated that letter to every city and state official office that I could think of. Our beloved governor's office then reached out to the MTA. Mr. Craig Cipriano promptly responded to me with this printed letter, which, how was I supposed to read? As a blind person, why wasn't I sent a Braille correspondence or a digital, an accessible digital format via an email, something in a digital format via an email? So Unfortunately, the MTA talks the talk, but they do not walk the walk. I'm just tired of the smoke, the mirrors, and the nonstop propaganda. I like to say that low expectations lead to low outcomes, but in this case, reasonable expectations led to disappointing outcomes. It's about time we put our money where our mouth is. So I'm submitting a response in Braille. Mr. Cipriano, maybe you could play connect the dots with the Braille, as I made a lovely paper airplane with your letter, and maybe you'll get to understand how I felt, because I couldn't independently read your letter. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is William Drummond, followed by Vincent Padula. If William Drummond is not here, we'll go with our next speaker, Vincent Padula, followed by Michael Howard.
Is it right here? Give me 2 seconds. Sit. Thank you so much. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vincent Padula, and I'm here to represent the UFT, United Federation of Teachers, and I'm happy to hear that my brothers at Local 100 got a contract. So it's news. That's a sign for me to see that there are some reasonable folks here at the MTA, and we can come to an agreement. My talk today is going to be called, or I'm entitling it, Broker or Broke Service. And the issue I have, last time I was at the city council meeting, and Alex and Don came, and Access-a-Ride had their sort of, propaganda that this is what we're doing. We're moving to broker service, everybody. 60% of the trips, we all got the memo. We want the ridership to have autonomy and more freedom, and broker rides are what you want. Broker rides are what we're giving you, right? Yeah, it's all good, right? So I get into a broker service. I try it. And I wasn't coming from the doctor's office. I was coming from the gym. Can you believe it? A blind guy who's disabled goes to the gym. But yeah. So I was coming out of the gym, and my driver found me, actually. But to my dismay, he didn't understand the language. And the great thing about broker service is that they pair you up. So I had, luckily, another Russian-speaking lady in the back seat with me, and says, oh, he just got over from Russia and they just put him in the cab, and doesn't speak very well. But we found out that he at least knew where I was going. So here's my question. Most of you got up this morning and you were able to see what your surroundings were. What would it be like to go through a day of blindness? What would it be like to be in the back of a cab or an accessorized vehicle and not knowing where you're going? My driver got into almost an accident with a police officer, and this is the broke service that they're giving us. It's the same cost. We're asked to submit to this broker service, which seems like the old model. Somebody has friends in the back who has a deal. Why are we using the broker service when we can use the cabs? It makes the city have work for the cabbies. Please
conclude your remarks.
Yes. Let's continue the on-demand service. Let's use the TLC that has a complaint process that works, and not the broke service that we've always been given for the last 20 years. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Howard, followed by CN.
Good morning. My name is Michael Howard. Mr. Byford, I'm on your side when you suing Bombardier about the R179s. Okay. My title is Subway Car Equipment Switch. First and foremost, I like to say I'm so sorry to hear about the R179's door problems 2 weeks ago. Hopefully they'll be back on the road on the A, C, J, and Z lines soon as I can see the R32s and R42s retired for good. I also would like to see more than one set of R160Bs Siemens on the E, F, and R lines. lesser than the R46s at Jamaica Yard. More R46s should be at Coney Island Yard from Jamaica and Picking Yards, so I can see them more on the B, G, N, Q, and W lines instead of the A, C, and F lines. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is CN, followed by Rachel Foss.
Good morning. Good morning. I was wondering, when it comes to crime statistics, should we be focused on people who are actually convicted of a crime in the subway system or found guilty or pled guilty to a crime in the subway system versus those who have been arrested? I thought there was a presumption of innocence under the Constitution, and those who are arrested of a crime, they're arrested because there's a belief, there's a probable cause that they committed a crime. The words alleged, allegation, accused, accusation, suspect, and suspicion does not mean guilt or guilty. Maybe we could invest money, like we do with helping support victims, which we rightly should do, in rehabilitating offenders so they don't keep on repeating the same offences. I'm sure the police get sick and tired of arresting the same old suspects in the subway system. What about the use of cameras in the subway cars and body cameras for MTA employees to help them not be attacked by members of the public? In the Chicago subway system, they have 32,000 cameras in every single subway train car, buses, and subway station. We could do that. It's cheaper than spending $249 million on 500 extra police officers. We already have 2,600 police officers in the subway system dedicated to fighting crime in the subway system, where we have 472 subway stations. I'm sure 2,600 transit police officers are more than enough. And when it comes to fare evasion, couldn't we just change the design of the turnstiles? Wouldn't it be cheaper and simpler just to make the turnstiles less easy to jump over? So I think a redesign of that would help. So and other subway systems, like I said, in other countries and in other states have cameras, all throughout the system. I think we could do that. I think that would prevent crime. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Rachel Foss, followed by Bruce Hain.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Foss. I'm the Senior Research Analyst for Reinvent Albany. We advocate for more transparent and accountable state government, including for authorities like the MTA. I'm here to address two areas where the MTA board must ensure greater transparency. One, the MTA's Traffic Mobility Review Board must be promptly appointed and follow the open meetings law. Two, MTA staff should bring back quarterly change order reports. First, the MTA board should promptly appoint the TMRB and ensure that it follows the open meetings law, as we and 20 other groups wrote to you on November 15th. Congestion pricing is critical to the future of the MTA, and you can build public support by letting the public see how recommendations are made about fees and exemptions. Following up on that letter, the New York State Committee on Open Government issued an advisory opinion to you on November 21st, which states that the Traffic Mobility Review Board must follow the open meetings law. As board members responsible for appointing the traffic board, you must ensure that it follows basic transparency norms, such as holding public meetings for its deliberations and votes. Second, per the letter we sent you earlier this week, MTA staff must bring back quarterly change order reports, which show millions of dollars worth of changes to contracts. These reports were quietly eliminated as part of changes to your procurement guidelines in June of 2019, when the threshold for approving change orders was increased to $1 million. Eliminating this transparency requirement is the opposite of what should have been done with an increased threshold. In 2018, these reports showed 171 changes worth $111 million. Also of importance is that the L train tunnel contract with Judd Law from 2019 authorized staff to make change orders without board approval, with the provision that amendments would still appear in the quarterly change order reports. With the elimination of these reports, the board is no longer briefed on amendments to the L train tunnel contract, which has been the focus of considerable public attention. The quarterly reports are important tools for flagging possible cost overruns and contracts that have mutated away from their original purpose, and we ask that you bring back these change order reports. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bruce Hain, followed by Ashley Price.
Morning. More on, well, it has to do with budget. I was told to say that. The $800,000 Rockaway Beach Branch study contains big errors and errors of geometry, and I'm working to rectify that. But the engineer has not made a bona fide effort to devise a workable plan for either of the alternatives considered. Pennsylvania Railroad thought enough of that line's potential to build a great canyon of a grade-separated connection at Rego Park, and that was before Kennedy Airport was even thought of. 25 minutes to the airport. But now it lies rotting because your consultants say so. Regarding the November signing of your $2.3 in-house consultants, $2.3 billion in-house consultants, we all know what happened to the two center tubes of the East River Tunnel. That's an actionable claim. But I don't see any action. The storage facility that opened in '86 caused the North River tubes to flood up to the ceiling in sandy, silty, unstable ground. The tunnels move up and down with the tide measured in inches. Those flat lengthwise rebars are probably ruined. They are the essential structural element of the tunnels. The so-called box under Hudson Yards is aligned wrong. Laterally can only serve a few of the existing tracks. They fudged the drawing in the EIS to hide that. And despite the 3% grade, it requires a likely not to be 1.5-year ground stabilization program in the bottom of the river with divers and giant tank barges to pump stuff in that is likely to be found illegal. What are we left with? A 7-train extension across the Hudson. That's what you're going to get. 45 minutes to Newark. That would be progress, huh? Any idiot can see the indications in the original drawing where the new tunnels were intended to go.
Please conclude your remarks.
There was a utility easement there for 100 years, and now it's gone. 2015, they got rid of the utility easement for the tunnel. Who caused that? I think the MTA can do this. I think the
Please
MTA,
conclude your remarks.
Any agency has gravitas. It's the MTA. You got to deal with these people.
The next speaker is Ashley Price, followed by Liam Blank.
Good morning. My name is Ashley Price from Transit Center. It's no secret that Queens buses have failed to keep pace with the evolving needs of the borough. The routes haven't seen significant change in decades, and service remains slow and unreliable. But the 700,000 daily bus riders in Queens deserve better. The MTA's network redesign presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to substantially improve bus performance and transit access for Queens riders. With the release of this plan, the agency has put forward an ambitious yet pragmatic plan to overhaul Queens bus service. The proposed routing creates faster and more direct service within Queens and between Queens and other boroughs. We do recognize that some Queens riders are unhappy with the plan's proposed changes. But as we know from Staten Island, this process is never easy. And to be fair, the plan will entail some trade-offs and adjustments to riders' routines. Some trips may require additional transfers or a longer walk, but overall, riders stand to gain more from shorter travel times and improved reliability. But the proposed network is still a rough draft and does have room to improve. Riders need to hear more from the MTA about how the redesign will improve the experience of riding the bus, not just through the website and open houses, but through information posted at bus stops and at subway stations. Riders also need details about service frequency so they can better assess the plan and hopefully get excited about what it means for them. The Queens redesign draft presents a strong baseline from which to make adjustments, and elected officials should be encouraged to support the core framework of this proposal. By rethinking the Queens bus network from the ground up, instead of adjusting it route by route, the MTA is adhering to best practices in bus network redesign, which has improved transit performance and increased ridership in other cities. Queens riders can see similar benefits if the MTA follows through on the ambitious spirit of this proposal. Thank you.
The next speaker is Liam Blank, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good morning. My name is Liam Blank. I'm the Advocacy and Policy Manager for Tri-State Transportation Campaign, which is a nonprofit that advocates for sustainable mobility in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Over a year ago, President Andy Byford released a historic plan to overhaul New York City Transit and bring desperately needed relief to millions of commuters. Among the most ambitious goals, the MTA plans to redesign the entire bus network borough by borough, and the Queens redesign is currently in progress. Riders want faster, more reliable service, which will ultimately be achieved through the Queens redesign by simplifying routes, adding all-day frequency along major corridors, and reducing the excessive number of bus stops. So far, the draft plan of the Queens redesign achieves a lot of these goals and then some. We're particularly excited to see more connections between the Bronx and Queens, and more direct routes between the northeast and southeast parts of the borough. We commend the MTA for proposing these ambitious improvements. These are the changes that commuters and transit advocates have wanted for years, and we strongly believe this will help to reverse the decline of bus service. However, when some people see a reduction of routes, they think it means a reduction in service. So one thing we must see from the MTA is a stronger commitment to ensure buses will be running more frequently once the network redesign is complete. Overall, though, this is a great plan, and we look forward to continue working with you so that the network changes reflect the best interest of Queens riders. Thank you.
The next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza from Passengers United, and I want to talk about a bill that was in Albany in March 12, 2018. The bill number was S7936, and that was the bedbug bill that would notify passengers throughout this region, throughout the MTA region, if a bed bug is discovered on the subway and bus. My state senator, Leroy Comrie, and me, and also Assemblyman William Colton in Brooklyn, had that bill in the Assembly and the Senate, but the MTA's legal department knocked the bill down. Why did they do that? And as you can see from yesterday's incident that happened at 71st Street Continental, there is a serious problem with bed bugs. The homeless are coming on the trains overnight. They're bringing 7 garbage bags. The police are actually getting bed bugs on them when they're trying to get them off the system. The bed bugs are going inside the police cars, cruisers, even inside the districts. This is a huge problem. So again, the chairman, Pat Foy, you need to talk to the city of New York and have the caseworkers down there to deal with the bed bug situation. And the bill needs to be passed. You guys need to come out with an aggressive steam cleaning program using hot steam to clean the buses, the trains, because it is a problem. And I guarantee you, sooner or later, it's going to start spreading on the Long Island Railroad and Metro North, because all it takes is one employee or a passenger to sit down on a wooden bench in a subway station. That is where the source of the bedbug eggs are. So if you get rid of all the wooden benches in every subway station and Metro North or Long Island Railroad commuter station, you will kind of solve that problem somewhat. But we need to take preventative measures on training cleaning employees, training police officers, because they're the first responders that have to interact, and they get bed bugs on them. It's not right. So Pat Foy, you need to talk to the governor, declare an emergency.
Please conclude your remarks.
And we need more than 500 cops. We need 1,000 cops down underground. People are getting assaulted,
Please
robbed.
conclude your remarks.
It's not right. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Tremel Thompson.
Good morning, MTA Board. My name is Jason Anthony, Vice President of Passengers United, a regional commuter organization that represents commuters from New York City, Long Island, Westchester, and beyond. This morning, I'm going to speak about the Queens bus redesign. This plan is a complete disaster. It doesn't give the benefits to the commuters, and we're going to lose express bus service off peaks, especially during the midday, evenings, and weekends. I hope that Greg and Andy consider doing a redraft of this plan and go to the small communities like Southeast Queens, Northeast Queens, Jackson Heights, the Walkways, Walkway Beach, and get the sense of the commuters that use the regular buses like the Q53, for instance. Another thing, like my president mentioned, the bed bugs. yesterday we had an incident at Forest Hill, 71st Avenue, in the tower having bed bugs. Since when the New York City Transit has bed bugs? And we found the other day a deceased person on a D train at Columbus Circle. That person had bed bugs. So when we gonna have fumigation on subway cars, all the passenger facilities and employee facilities to avoid this incident? And I should recommend raising the time limit for the speakers to 5 minutes like New Jersey Transit does. And if a person or a group is going to speak regarding the same topic, limit the first 2 speakers to 5 minutes and the rest of the speakers of 2 minutes. So that should be a suggestion to be considered. And I'll see you guys next month.
The next speaker is Tremel Thompson, followed by Omar Vera.
From January 1st, 2020, up until yesterday, there was 44 reported customer assaults and robberies. There was 11 employee assaults. All of the assaults have taken place either on the train or platform, including stations such as 42nd Street Grand Central, 14th Street Union Square, 42nd Street Port Authority. So my question today is, besides the turnstiles, where are the police? I'm a New York City train conductor. I could go an entire day without seeing a police officer. Now, as far as cameras, is the main objective here is to prevent the crime or catch them later. Visible uniform officers prevent crime, not cameras. People rob banks every day, and there's cameras in banks. This morning, board member Robert Dale said, by law, spitting is harassment and not a misdemeanor. Okay, what does that have to do with how the MTA treat us after we are spit on? Employees are reporting that they are being spit on, calling it into RCC, and supervisors is asking the conductors, can you still take the train out? What kind of, how can you guys treat us like that? You guys are well aware that the law doesn't have our back, and then you guys continue to pile on. But I get it. The MTA priorities are fare box, service, public safety, and then employee safety. At some point in time, I don't think that you guys is going to take notice until employees start defending themselves. And we trying to avoid that. We don't want to lose our jobs. We just want to come to work safely and go home safely to our families. Being spit on is one of the worst things that can happen to anyone. I would rather be punched, kicked, whatever, maced. Spit on is very degrading. You guys got to take better accountability in that. So moving forward, hopefully, if a conductor gets spit on, a supervisor won't ask, can you take the train? It should be automatically out of service and get that person some help.
The next speaker is Omar Vera, followed by Colin Wright.
Hey, happy new decade, MTA board. Before we get to the business, I'd like to apologize to the public speaking officer for my comments on back in November. I apologize to the entire board last month, or last decade, I should say. But yes, I mentioned earlier I was in a bad mood that time. So hopefully, water's under the bridge. Anyway, now on to the real stuff. Oh my God! Regarding Omni, I was wondering when you will extend that to the. I know it's probably going to replace the student Metro cards, but how it's going to work for them? I was thinking about maybe the MTA could do a TV commercial, featuring I don't know many of the kids' favorite animation to see animation characters to see how Omni works. So get in contact with one of the big studios to see if possible if you can make such a commercial, because that'll be good. And Andy, keep up the voice acting. I heard you again this morning. It's great. All right, and now talking about Bombardier's unethical and just awful performance with the lemon cars they made. Hold them accountable. Hold them accountable. They're 100% responsible for what they already delayed over 2 years trying to deliver the R179s, and they're still trying to like finger point rather than accept. So hold them accountable. If if they keep doing this, just ban them from working with us and find a good responsible manufacturing company. But give them a chance to reform first. They need to be held accountable, and I'm especially referring to you, Andy, you, Andrew, and you, Sarah. 3 of you can hold all of them accountable. Now, with that said,
please
time's
conclude
out,
your remarks.
and so I'll see you all around.
The next speaker is Colin Wright, followed by John Ferretti.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Colin Wright with Transit Center. Last week, an MTA spokesperson stated that the critical accessibility projects in the capital program are conditional on Mayor de Blasio's fully funding his $3 billion share. There should be nothing conditional about the MTA's fulfilling its obligation to New Yorkers with disabilities. Without a doubt, the city must do its part to fund the capital program, but accessible stations should never be reduced to a bargaining chip. The MTA is not using signaling projects as leverage in negotiations. The MTA is not holding up the 2nd Avenue subway hostage while demanding city funds. Why is it that only accessible projects get treated this way? It's frankly disturbing that the MTA would condition its accessible station projects on the mayor's funding. This suggestion undercuts this agency's credibility. And as the mayor balks at paying his share, riders with disabilities are left stuck in the middle. Your stated commitment to an accessible subway was a deciding factor for many legislators when they voted for congestion pricing. It felt like a new day for an agency that dragged its feet for too long on accessibility. Now riders are again left to wonder whether you're feeding them empty promises. Please recommit to making the subway accessible and stop playing games with non-negotiable improvements that are long overdue. Thank you.
The next speaker is John Ferretti, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Hi, my name is John Ferretti. I am a train conductor, shop steward, and proud member of TW Local 100. In recent times, the MTA and Governor Cuomo have been complaining about supposed crisis of employee availability. Too many workers are out sick, injured, or disabled. Now, a regular human being with any empathy for these workers would react to such a problem by caring for the people first and asking, why are so many transit workers sick, injured, or disabled? What can we do to make their work safer? But that's not what MTA management has been asking. Instead, what they really mean when they talk about employee availability is, what can we do to force these workers back to work despite their conditions? What threats can we level? What pain and suffering can we inflict upon their families? Since I was injured on the job, I can speak from firsthand experience about these threats and their consequences, and all of the examples I am about to recount are fully documented. Some of the leverage MTA management has over injured and disabled workers comes through its unaccountable workers' compensation department. Late or missing workers' compensation benefit payments, phone calls and emails, even from union officers, go unanswered for weeks and even months at a time. Another point of leverage are the independent medical examiners who can decide in less than 5 minutes to send employees back to work injured, while refusing to even read their doctor's reports, MRIs, and other medical evidence. Given this corrupt setup, it should be really no surprise when these IMEs become hostile and upset when they're asked even the most basic questions about how long they are practicing medicine and what their medical specialty is. In my case, one of these doctors, Dr. Howard Levin, pronounced me fit to work without even looking at the MRIs and medical specialist reports describing my serious injuries. When I tried to question him as to his reasons and his accreditation as a doctor, he told his staff to call 911 on me and have me removed from his office because I was obstructing justice. In any other medical field, this behavior would be considered malpractice. When injured employees return to work, they are faced with a total lack of a real policy for reasonable accommodation, or light-duty assignments in RTO and many other departments. Injured and pregnant
Please
employees
conclude your
are
remarks.
systematically denied such accommodation and light-duty assignments in flagrant violation of New York state law. The MTA has been sued repeatedly for this, but still refuses to change their
Please conclude your
discriminatory
remarks.
policy. This refusal to provide light-duty assignments and reasonable accommodation also has a lot to do with the fact that, as Tramell Thompson has talked about, many of these light-duty office
Sir,
jobs
in
have
the
already
interest of
been
fairness
filled
to
via
the next
resume,
speaker,
nepotism, and
please
outright
conclude your
corruption
remarks.
by the family members, friends, spouses, and sexual partners of MTA managers in violation of New York State civil service law.
Sir,
is the
we have to move to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Lisa Daglian. She will be followed by William Drummond, if he's returned to the meeting. And then our final speaker will be Jessica Murray. Again, our next speaker is Lisa Daglian, who will be followed by William Drummond if he's returned to the meeting.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Daglian. I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, or PCAC. To those of you I have not yet seen, Happy New Year. To those gentlemen among the new transformation leadership, welcome. And Governor Cuomo, if you are listening, thank you for including $3 billion critical dollars in your executive budget for the 2024 capital program. New York City, you're on the hook too. Lots already happened this year, and it's only January. Earlier this week, we heard the good news that the R-179 should be back in service soon, pending concrete assurances that they are safe. We need the most modern fleet possible, so getting them back into service needs to be done cautiously but quickly. We're also glad that you're proceeding cautiously with purchases of the R-262s. Let's see how the open gangways work in New York before we're in for a penny and a pound. We do look forward to test riding the R-211s and seeing how they'll change the rider experience first. Change can be good, and it should carry over into the procurement process. Using low bid is clearly not the best way to do business. We've seen that countless times. We asked the MTA board to move to the same RFP approach to the purchase of rolling stock and other capital procurements that it is using for design build. The governor's budget proposal includes procurement reforms, so now's a good time to take it a step further. There has to be a better way to increase competition and bring other players to the game. On the subject of finding a better way, it's time to change the debarment rules to reflect the reality of the market and to have other players want to work with the MTA. It's time to turn the emergency rules into regulations that hold contractors like Bombardier responsible, but are actionable and practical. Thank you.
Not seeing Mr. Drummond, our final speaker will be Jessica Murray.
Good morning. Happy New Year. Happy new decade. My name is Jessica Murray. I want to reintroduce myself to some of the board members who I think have joined in the last 2.5 years since I've been kind of coming here regularly. I'm a PhD candidate at CUNY studying developmental psychology, and I'm interested in accessible transportation because it's a key connector and enabler of people to develop as humans. It's crucial to life. We take it for granted. You know, I became involved with Rise and Resist Elevator Action Group also about 2.5 years ago when I started coming here because of the Enhanced Station Initiative, which poured billions of dollars or millions of dollars into stations without any accessibility upgrades. And people were understandably outraged. I was outraged. I have multiple sclerosis, which isn't very apparent by looking at me, but at the rate of that things are happening right now, my autoimmune disease could seriously affect my mobility and my future. I hope that we could all think that way about our futures and like how we're all not, you know, we're not invincible. We may become disabled later in life. We're definitely gonna have poor vision. I already have poor vision just from aging, our hearing, all of the things that, you know, we take for granted as young and healthy people are gonna happen to most or all of us. And so I read this article yesterday, and it kind of, this line stuck out to me about why are so many disabled people so angry all the time? And I feel like this board treats the disabled community as if we're all just like angry. And it's a reason to not listen to us. It's a reason to say, well, you know, we've done what we can for you, but isn't that enough? How would you feel if you couldn't even just get from point A to point B every day? I have a lot of copies of this article, and I hope you'll read it. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our speakers. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Leah. Good morning, everybody. Let me start with a couple of comments, and then the board will go into executive session and come back and go through the rest of the agenda. We're beginning the new year 2020 with a bold vision to improve the MTA and how we operate as an agency. We remain laser focused on our core mission to keep the region moving. Last year ended on a high note when it comes to on-time performance across the entire system. all the while completing major repairs and projects through the Fast Forward, Long Island Forward, and Metro North Way Ahead plans. 2019 brought the best subway performance in 6 years. December was the 7th consecutive month with weekday OTP above 80%, and running times improved on nearly every non-shuttle line compared to a year ago. Preliminary full-year data also shows subway ridership slightly higher in 2019 for both weekdays and weekends. And after several years of decreases, average weekday subway ridership increased year over year for 6 consecutive months and exceeded 6 million riders on 2 weekdays in November. I'll note, according to APTA, that New York City Transit was one of the few transit agencies in the country with a ridership increase. The entire team at New York City Transit has done a great job getting the subways back to an acceptable level of service. The Subway Action Plan played a key role in that, and we'll be posting a report online this morning that more fully details the accomplishments of the Subway Action Plan. The findings show improvements on every metric, including a 40% decrease in weekday delays. Phase 2 of the plan sought to stabilize the system. Phase 1 of the plan sought to stabilize the system, while Phase 2 focused on developing and institutionalizing the successes of the Subway Action Plan so that we can sustain progress going forward. We've incorporated management practices from these emergency measures into long-term operations. To name one example, under Phase 1 of the Subway Action Plan, New York City Transit tripled the rate at which it replaced old jointed rail, installing 55 miles of continuous welded rail from 2017 to 2019. That resulted in a 55% decrease in track-related major incidents during the same period, from more than 15 per month in 2017 to fewer than 7 per month in 2019. Phase 2 saw the introduction of 3 rail grinders in addition running through the system to remove rail imperfections and prevent defects, all in the goal of reducing delays and improving customer service. Long Island Railroad and Metro North have seen similar tangible benefits from their Long Island Railroad Forward and Metro North Way Ahead programs. For the Long Island Railroad, OTP for the year hit a 3-year high of 92.4% in 2019, with 44% fewer train cancellations. And Metro North's on-time performance rose to 94.4% overall in 2019, recording 55% fewer train cancellations. Thanks to Kathy and Phil and their teams for their leadership, Andy, Sally Labrera, and their teams at New York City Transit, and of course all our hardworking frontline employees. We will continue to maintain a close focus on operational performance for the coming year while prioritizing transformation and reform. On that note, I'd like to welcome Mario Pelican, who's down sitting next to Craig Cipriano, to his first full board meeting. As Chief Operating Officer, Mario will play a key role in ensuring our agencies maintain safe, reliable operations and continue to deliver excellent service. Alongside Mario, our new Chief Transformation Officer, Anthony McCord, to my right, and our new Chief Innovation Officer, Mark Dowd, are working hard to implement transformation and foster innovation at this agency, charting the course to fundamentally change the way we do business to become the modern 21st century transit system this region deserves. It's a new day at the MTA, and the old way of doing business won't work. I'd also like to acknowledge 3 new members of the senior team. Paul Fama, who's here with us today and who will serve as Chief People Officer. Paul comes to the MTA with 25 years of experience from General Electric as a senior leader in human resources. Later this month, we'll also have Ralph Portnoy join as our new Chief Technology Officer. Ralph has previously worked as Chief Information Officer at several leading not-for-profits, including most recently the Anti-Defamation League and Safe Horizons, and also Kavesh Ayer, Chief Procurement Officer, who has over 20 years of experience in strategic contracts management and procurement at GE and Alstom in the United States and abroad. Please join me in welcoming these new members of the executive team as we continue to take meaningful steps to build a new MTA. Our new leaders will help ensure successful progress on transformation and enacting lasting reform for this agency. Now, a quick moment on other priorities for the coming year. Capital plan approval and RFQ. The reforms implemented through transformation will go a long way towards supporting the on-time execution of our historic $51.5 billion capital plan under Jano Libra's leadership, allowing us to better deliver on capital commitments through the newly consolidated construction and development organization. We're making a historic investment in infrastructure, from signal modernization projects to new buses and trains to East Side access and Penn Station access, to ensure the MTA is prepared to meet the needs of this region in the 21st century and beyond. To that end, we began the year with good news that the capital plan was deemed approved on schedule for the first time since 1981. We're not wasting any time setting it in motion. On the first business day of the new year, just a day after the capital plan was deemed approved by the CPRB Capital Program Review Board, we issued an RFQ to begin work on adding 70 new accessible stations to the subway system. That more than meets our goals to ensure that no rider is ever more than 2 stations away from an accessible station. The effort shows just how serious we are about making the system accessible to all New Yorkers and ensuring this capital program is accomplished on time. You'll hear a presentation from Jano later this morning on the 2015 capital plan and an update on the plans for the current 2020 to 24 capital program as well. We thank Governor Cuomo and the state legislature for their support of the capital plan and our agencies. The governor's recently announced executive budget accounts for billions in operating aid to support the MTA and a $3 billion state contribution to the 2020 capital plan, which is dedicated to and will help fund accessibility projects. We're hopeful the city will match that so that we can continue to deliver on our critical accessibility capital commitments in the new capital plan. Grand Central Terminal. Our ongoing work at Grand Central Terminal is a prime example of the efficiencies and value we expect with transformation. Last week, we unveiled the integrated 42nd Street connection project along the 42nd Street corridor. 8 separate rehabilitation projects, including a major overhaul of the 42nd Street shuttle, were merged into one comprehensive plan under unitary leadership. By consolidating this work with the new MTA Construction and Development Organization, we're able to cut costs and expedite timelines. Already, the team has been able to shave $10 million off these projects in 13 months off the original schedule. Penn Station and the Empire Station complex for a minute. To help ease congestion and create a more environmentally friendly region, we need to draw people out of their cars and onto mass transit. To do that, we need to provide a transit system that New Yorkers can be proud of. A revitalized Penn Station will be key in winning over these customers. We have a long history of partnering with key regional and government stakeholders to deliver on big and bold ideas for the region, and the same will be true for the Empire Station complex. Governor Cuomo's bold plan to reimagine Penn Station in a project led by Empire State Development in partnership with the MTA, Amtrak, and New Jersey Transit. The Empire Station complex builds on our current Penn Station improvement projects, such as the 33rd Street corridor, and goes even further, including a dramatic 40% expansion of track capacity at Penn to the south. That's 8 new tracks into Penn Station. If completed, the impact on the customer experience and train capacity will be extraordinary. Our commitment to pursuing bold new ideas extends to our buses as well. We want to build on the momentum we saw last year with the rollout of the successful 14th Street busway and automated bus lane enforcement, which was authorized in Albany. On the M14, the opening of the busway contributed to a 30% drop in travel time between 8th and 3rd Avenues on 14th Street. Trips that once took 10 minutes now just take slightly over 10. We look forward to continuing to work with our partners at the New York City Department of Transportation and the NYPD to add more transit priority corridors to further increase speeds. We're also pushing forward with our borough-by-borough bus network redesigns. It's time to make a holistic change to bring bus routes into the 21st century, and we're embracing the challenge of designing new bus lines that serve this city as it exists now, not the way that it was 100 years ago. And we're looking for your input every step of the way as part of our robust outreach and community engagement efforts to make it a success, as has been the case with each borough redesign. Lastly, I'm pleased to report that the Transit Workers Union Local 100 ratified the new contract earlier this month. We believe the contract is a win-win for our customers, taxpayers, and transit employees. This deal will help in our core mission to keep the region moving while ensuring our hardworking employees are fairly recognized. This board will consider the new contract later today. And with that, I'm going to take a motion to move into executive session to discuss matters which might imperil the public safety if disclosed pursuant to Section 105(1)A, and matters regarding collective bargaining pursuant to 105(1)E of the New York State Public Officers Law. I'll move it. Do I have a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. All right, while the board was in executive session, the board discussed security matters and a number of collective bargaining agreements. First, we'll consider and vote on the TWU Local 100 contract. I'd like to note that Commissioner Zuckerman, who was at committee on Tuesday and unfortunately on short notice had to be out of town, voted as a member of the Finance Committee for the Local 100 contract and authorized me to say that if he were here, he would have voted to approve the TWU contract. May I have a motion to approve the agreement between MTA New York City Transit, MAPSTOA, MTA Bus Company, and the Transport Workers Union Local 100? Second. Discussion. Commissioner.
I said at the finance meeting, I've said on a regular basis, I've supported the settlement, and I vote to support the settlement. I do believe that and I've been saying this a number of times, that the process in terms of board being brought up to speed was a flawed process. And I've said that there's been a lot of discussion publicly about bargaining when I thought people should be bargaining at the table. And I think that I'm very happy that wisdom prevailed and a wise and good settlement was reached. I've stated that I really think that it was inappropriate that the TWU put on their website on December 10th or December 9th the information, and the board just received information in terms of the specifics of the agreement. And I don't think that that is a wise process. I think that the public should have had more information, given that 40,000 workers had access to the agreement. So I'm hoping that, and I like to say that the agreement itself has lots of excellent items in it that everyone can see. Besides wages, there are lots of committees and collaborative efforts. And I mentioned in the Safety Committee today that I thought that it made sense that the parties adopt some of those collaborative labor management efforts on an MTA-wide basis. So I think there are lots of good things there. I think the process should be improved going forward, and I believe that the model of collaboration and complete disclosure is a good one, and it carries forward to the actual agreement, the actual specifics of the agreement, and the actual costing of the agreement.
May I have a motion to approve the following collective bargaining agreements? First, the agreement between MTA, Metro-North Railroad, and the Association of Commuter Rail Employees Division 1 Yardmasters. 2, the agreement between MTA, Metro-North Railroad, and the Association of Commuter Rail Employees Division 9. 3, the agreement between New York City Transit and the United Federation of Law Enforcement Officers. And 4, lastly, the agreement to implement specific economic provisions of the 2017 to 2021 District Council 37 City of New York Agreement for MTA Bridges and Tunnels employees represented by DC 37, ASME Local 165. Do I have a motion? Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Motion carries. Let's move to the committees. We'll start with the joint railroad.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
You didn't ask for an approval of the minutes yet.
Andrew,
a couple of corrections.
Then I'm going to, well, you can't move it, but points well taken. The minutes of the December 18th meeting have distributed to all members. Are there any corrections or admissions or omissions? If not, may I have a motion to approve the minutes? I move it. Second.
I do have a couple of corrections.
Please.
On page 5 and on 15,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Amy Paulin's name is misspelled, so just correct that and you're fine.
Chairman Paulin, let's make sure we get that right. And what was your other comment, Andrew? Okay, thank you. Motion, I move them. Second, all in favor? Abstentions, noes? Thank you. Dr. Metzger, we'll go to the committee business of the Joint Railroad, Metro-North Railroad, Long Island Railroad Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Metro-North Railroad Committee and the Long Island Railroad Committee met on Tuesday jointly, and we report the following. There are 2 competitive procurements this month, totaling $7 $74.6 million. The first procurement is for Long Island Railroad for $65.1 million. The committee recommends this procurement, and I move it.
I second it. Any discussion?
I'd like to abstain from that vote.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Noes or abstentions? Back to you, Dr. Metzger.
The second procurement is for MTA construction and development for $9.5 million. The committee considered this, and we asked for additional information. The information was provided by JANO on Tuesday. Our specific request was to see the scope of work for this item. We wanted to be sure that Metro North, as well as the existing residents of Penn Station, were included and not precluded in any way from access to the station. As you all know, Penn Station access will put Metro North in Penn Station, which is a great benefit to the New Haven line customers. In our vision, it would be possible and good if the Hudson Line station also ran to Penn Station. Amtrak does it now, but there are other things that need to be considered if this was to be expanded. Jano explained to it, showed us the scope. There's nothing that would prohibit future access from the Hudson Line. But we would need additional scopes of work for the line that actually gets from the Hudson Line through Spuyten Duyvil, through the Empire Tunnel, in order to affect this. So I'm talking a long-term planning effort, and I'm happy to say that we're going to be working on a scope, which we look forward to seeing. With that said, I move the Penn Station Master Plan, as it's called in your book, and I'd like a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes or abstentions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Feinberg.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. The New York City Transit Committee met on Tuesday. I report the following. There's one competitive procurement for New York City Transit for $286.9 million. The committee recommends this procurement, and I move it.
I second it. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
I'm sorry, which one is this again?
This is the, Commissioner Lacewell, this is the procurement that relates to the call center for Accessoride.
Okay, thank you. Chair, just to be clear, when it comes up, the reinsurance, capital-based reinsurance, capital markets-based, I will recuse on that. Thank you.
Got it.
Okay, got it.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you.
This concludes the New York's hours. This concludes the New York City Transit report.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is one action item for board approval. The action item for approval authorizes FMTAC to undertake a capital markets-based reinsurance program, Linda, by expanding FMTAC's current traditional capital markets-based reinsurance to include a catastrophic bond-based reinsurance transaction. The committee recommends this action, and I move it.
Second, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Commissioner Lacewell abstaining. Good.
There is one non-competitive procurement in the amount of $93.4 million. The committee recommends this procurement, and I move it.
Second, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions or noes? Thank you.
There are four competitive procurements totaling $161.7 million. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
Second, any discussion?
Yes, on the asbestos removal agreement, one of the three vendors who will be approved is a member of the LIA, and I will recuse myself and abstain on this vote.
Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? And Commissioner Law abstains.
There are two ratifications this month totaling $28.2 million. The committee recommends these ratifications, and I move them.
Second, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? Thank you.
There are 5 real estate action items this month described on pages 68 through 85 of the board book distributed for this meeting. The committee recommends these real estate items, and I move them.
Second, discussion? All in favor? Any opposed or abstentions?
This
Good.
concludes the Finance Committee report.
Commissioner Lacewell, as I understand it, your committee has no items to present?
Correct.
Good. Thank you. We have 2 presentations today. First, Weil Hibry is going to give us an update on the MTA timekeeping initiative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep my report brief. I want to thank the support we're getting from the agency presidents and our labor partners in progressing this project, and the numbers actually do convey that. We're starting with New York City Transit. If you take a look, we are reporting 2 metrics. The column bar shows the number of employees who have been enrolled. That's 95% on the basis of all employees. And the second bar to the right of it is the number of employees who are actively using the system, swiping in and swiping out, and that's 82% of employees who are expected to come to work. That's based on the annual availability rate multiplied by our employee base. New York City Transit has been working with us on 2 proofs of concept since the summer, and one of them actually failed due to feasibility. So we're actually deploying an additional 300 clocks, which will be done by March, and that'll bring up New York City Transit to the mid-90s in terms of active use. Moving on to bridges and tunnels. Bridges and tunnels is fully into the Chronos system, swiping and scanning at a rate of about 95% active use. Metro North is at 96% use of the system. There's a group of 2 unions that have went to the New York State Department of Labor, and they are currently swiping, but they are pending labor decision, Department of Labor decision on whether they can scan going forward. But once that is done and the decision is rendered, we expect utilization to be up at 96% as we see it today. MTA headquarters is at 94% active use. And finally, Long Island Railroad, although it shows 89% right now, we ran a report as of active use as of yesterday, and the number is at 90%, Mr. Chairman. This concludes my report. I'm happy to take questions.
Not a question, more of a comment. I just want to share that SMART General Chairman Anthony Simon has worked very closely with Long Island Railroad leadership and Wail's group to get his committee on board to moving this initiative. We've never been afraid of tracking and swiping in. Never been an issue for us. What I would like this board to know is that continued cooperation and communication between the agency and leadership at the Long Island Railroad regarding any of the challenges that we continue to face, whether it's overtime, which I never like to talk about, but there's plenty of things that we can continue to talk and communicate on for successful results with the cooperation from leadership and the organization.
Okay, good morning, board members, chair. Good afternoon, rather. We heard earlier from the chair about the how on the first business day after the capital program became effective, we put out an RFQ for contractors to do the first 20-plus stations of the ADA program of the 70 that have been identified for the 20 to 24 program. Just to give you a sense of the scale of what we're undertaking. The last 5 years, and this is not just a matter of the prior capital program, but the amount of work actually accomplished in the last 5 years is about $32 billion. The work that we have going forward in front of us is roughly $55 billion of 20 to 24 program work, and another $12+ billion that remains from prior programs, 2015 to 19 prior programs, and Sandy and so on. So we are, at this point, we're going to have to do, and this number, by the way, includes rolling stock and bridges and tunnels as well. But I just need to understand and to convey something that sometimes gets misunderstood, which is that in the current capital program, the 15 to 19, the past capital program, the 15 to 19 program, based on where we are, 3.5 years since that program was adopted by the formally approved, we are roughly 75% done. If you exclude the two major projects that are waiting for full funding, which is 2nd Avenue Phase 2 and Penn Access, we're close to we're basically 80% done. And I just want to underscore that because there has been frequently talk like the MTA has not been able to execute on its capital programs. I don't believe that's the case. Nevertheless, obviously we have a tall hill to climb as we undertake the next program, and I wanted to tell you how we're going about it. Obviously, this slide underscores that we basically have to double the pace of our execution. This is based on commitments, not actual completion of work, because commitments are the right measure of progress. Not all work can be done because of the outage requirements and the logistics in the same time period. So, but we have to double the pace that we're executing on the program, as you can see before you. And as I said, as the chair emphasized, we've hit the ground running. We've got the ADA stations well underway. We have the Penn Station Access, which is a 20 to 24 project in the middle of procurement. We're expecting that procurement to be completed this year. And the Phase 2 scope for third track, the so-called LIRR expansion program, is also underway. So we have really hit the ground running on 20 to 24. But in the meantime, because it will take a little while for some of the preliminary design, obviously it's design build, so there's a lot less design, but some of the preliminary design and the whole procurement process for the 20 to 24 projects to ramp up, we are focusing on the remaining work, and I want to take you through exactly what we're expecting to accomplish from the work that remains to be done from prior capital programs in 2020, in the calendar 2020. We have, first of all, in the first quarter, we're going to do $1 billion of commitments. That starts with the signal modernizations on the 8th Avenue line that Andy and Pete Tomlin have talked about. A huge undertaking that's going to for the first time use axle counters, really transformational for the pace of the execution of modern signaling. But in addition to that, we're also bundling. This is what we've targeted as the strategy for getting a lot more work done, which is we are bundling extra work with taking advantage of the outages that will be required to do CBTC modern signaling on the 8th Avenue line. There's another $200 million of work that we have targeted to be done on the same outages, and we've accelerated that work to take advantage of that. There's going to be the ADA accessibility at Livonia on the Canarsie line. That's a major elevator project. The procurement was underway even before the 70 station commitment was made. So that's going forward in the first quarter. And significantly, the Harlem River Lift Bridge, which carries literally every train that comes out of Grand Central from Metro North, all of that work is going to be committed in this first quarter. In the second quarter, I think we're going to pick up the pace even further, $2.5 billion of commitments. The second phase of the Penn Station Carter project, 4 ADA accessibility station projects, including Tremont, which was accelerated from to be in the 15 to 19 program, and the double station complex at 149th Street Grand Concourse. We know how important that is. And also, we're continuing, sometimes gets lost in the sauce, but even as we're doing the ADA, the new ADA projects, we're doing major elevator and escalator improvements at all kinds of stations, replacing elevators and escalators that have reached their useful life for whatever reason, need to be replaced, and that's happening at 11 stations. We are bundling transit stations with Metro North stations. Again, a little bit of novelty in that, trying to take advantage of some of the geography to get more work done across traditional agency lines. And we're going to be making the commitments on Elmont, which is obviously a high priority project that this board acted on this session as well. Third quarter, you're going to see more ADA projects coming online from the 15 to 19 program. The whole 14th Street complex, which is 3 separate stations, 3 other stations all at once. The 7 line, we are doing major structural repairs and renewals on the 7 line at a whole mess of 7 separate stations. This is, a strategic bundling effort. There is critical infrastructure work at many of them. The netting is getting done on a separate project, but is going to be carefully coordinated. And it is the incredible improvement of service on that line has to be met with improvements to make the stations capable of handling the increased loads that they are attracting as that part of Queens continues to develop. One that I think we're all interested in is the last of the tube, the underwater tunnel repairs from the Sandy era, Rutgers tube, which carries the F train, is going to be done. We're doing a very aggressively scheduled, what I call, it's the L train light. You're going to do tracks. You're going to do all the cabling work. The tunnel was not as damaged as the Canarsie tunnel, and we're going to move that quick because we have to get it in between the completion of the L train and when the CBTC work begins on the 8th Avenue line. So it's very important that we get that work done, and we are accelerating it like crazy. And in the fourth quarter, $1.3 billion is projected. And it's some, similar stuff, getting new station accessibility work done. We are hurtling ahead, despite some of the litigation, occasionally with sort of NIMBY-ish overtones on ADA. We're going to get these stations done. And we are also determined to start picking up the pace on substations. You need to know that we frequently need real estate cooperation from our friends in city government. And this is one, the Canal Street substation, it's central to our ability to run more service on the 8th Avenue line. We do not yet have a real estate deal because, without getting into too many of the details, that we simply are not willing to pay for land that's underground that has no development value under the city's zoning resolution as if it were a development site with 5 FAR in the middle of Tribeca. So we cannot put the public's money to waste in this way, and we need to come to a deal with the city because we're going to have to do this repetitively. So the real estate issues associated with what the plan that's been mapped out for more service with better signals, it needs to be supported by a real estate strategy with our friends in city government that will allow us to move those projects a heck of a lot more quickly. Overall, when we get to the end of this year, we're going to be 90% done with all of the prior work that this capital program will inherit, which the new C&D organization is going to hack away at first to make sure that while we're getting ready for all the 2024 work to be ready, we're eliminating everything that remains. So I'm excited about this. I think this is going to be, again, get us moving in the right direction. We put together a great team. I have to give a shout out to my colleagues, the agency presidents. We've started the consolidation of some of the capital program expertise throughout the agency into the new C&D organization. It's always complicated. There are always HR type issues. My colleagues have been great, and we're in the middle of that. But we're also adding new people across from outside the agency, folks who are coming from Chicago Transit Authority and New Jersey Transit, who are have reached their pensionable age and they're looking for new challenges. So we're really growing the I think the organization to have the expertise to execute on this much more quickly. And I also have to thank the team at headquarters who identified some slots that were for transformation to help us get off the ground. And I really want to credit them for a lot of it. So one final thought is that we've been doing a ton of outreach. To do this program, we're going to need a lot more contractor capacity and we've been doing outreach not just to the associations, to the GCA and other organizations, but I've actually met with like a dozen plus companies that are major builders but don't do a ton of work for the MTA. They don't operate in the New York region for whatever reason. And we're really trying to get the word out that we have a big capital program. We're operating, we're paying faster, we're doing a lot, we're making ourselves, I think, a more attractive client for contractors. And you know, there's an opportunity to get in on the ground floor of what's going to be a very large volume of work in years to come. So we're making a special effort on that. The whole team went over to the GCA executive committee meeting last week and presented. The comment that we got was from a fellow who's worked on the third track project, and he said, to his colleagues, everything they're saying about how they pay faster, cut change orders, deliver on schedule, review submittals and turn it around, it's all true. We've experienced it. So we're getting a little credibility, but we're going to need a lot more participation from contractors to get this done. With that, I welcome questions.
Any questions for Jano? Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you, Jano. My compliments to you and your team, not only in terms of the work you're doing, getting the previous capital program finished, but you have a very robust and large new capital program to move underway. Can you just give us a quick status update on what you think your challenges are in terms of being able to recruit new contractors out there in the industry, and how that's going? Because obviously that's one of the things one of our goals of the board in the MTA was to expand or widen the universe of contractors to be bidding on these capital projects.
Well, I mean, Commissioner Schwartz, as you know, we started this back with the cost containment working group that you and Commissioner Reckler and Commissioner Trottenberg participated on. You know, we really need to there are a lot of first-class builders in New York who elect not to bid MTA work or not to bid a lot of it. And what are the things that we hear from them? The dispute resolution process was unfair. The paperwork was excessive. We required all paperwork to be resubmitted every time a company bids. I mean, in the real world, where all you do is update your, credit card number on online for anything you want to buy or any transaction you want to have in the real world, that seemed crazy. The things I mentioned earlier, how do we process change orders? How do we review submittals? How quick are we to respond to contractor concerns? And there are a lot of, and each of those actions that was contemplated in the cost contained working group, I think is making a dent in contractor willingness to participate, and the size of the program is making progress. But it's no secret that the debarment issue is still on people's minds, and we're working through that. I understand, but my principal issue is that we just need to go out and tell the story much more widely. We still operate, I think that the governor calls it the transportation industrial complex. It's a relatively small group of contractors who are accustomed to dealing with us. We have to go to the rest of the country, to Europe, to Asia, and tell our story, because this volume of work is going to require more capacity. And that's the principal thing that I'm thinking about a lot, in addition to getting the program going.
I think your idea of creating these outreach teams to go out there and promote the capital program is a great idea. And I think as robust as you can make that is creating as many teams as possible. I'm sure the board, I know I, as chair of finance, would support that. And I believe if there's ways of funding those outreach teams through the individual capital projects or the capital program, we should do that. And not be shy about being as proactive and as aggressive and robust as we can to go out there, whether it's across America or throughout Europe or around the world, to find new qualified contractors to bid on these projects. It'll result in probably getting better pricing and getting more projects done on time and on budget. So whatever I can, I'm sure other board members can do to support that initiative and effort, happy to do so.
And I just have to thank you very much for that, because that's a huge issue. One thing that I probably underemphasized in this is the role of our in-house forces in executing the capital program. Whenever we're bundling work, we're always looking at the in-house work, where we have ready, capable people we don't need to go through a whole contracting process to do work that is available on outages that need to be done for whatever reason for other projects. So we are also looking to take advantage of that capacity to deliver the entire program, as we always say, faster, better, and cheaper. They're there, they're capable, and they're very much part of this story.
Commissioner Tessitore.
So just to piggyback on that, Jana, we appreciate that, and we would encourage the agency to remember that we need some headcount to help in that role. We haven't hired in the engineering side to support these contractors and all this work that's still out there. So if we can keep that on our radar, that we've had many retirements, and to keep things in check and to continue to build up our workforce is going to support all these programs even more so.
Commissioner.
Jana, you mentioned briefly that you need the cooperation of New York City Planning. Have you reached out to them? Have they reached out to us? Or
It's not city planning. It's various agencies who own real estate that we need an easement below grade for this Canal Street substation, for example.
So
it's under Parks Department property. It's a triangle
right
in the middle of Canal Street. So it's somewhere between. It's mostly 18 feet underground. We need to come to a business deal about what we're going to pay for that easement. And I proposed to the city that we start to develop a methodology of doing this repetitively.
Right.
If you want to run more trains, you need more power, you need more substations. We're going to have to do this again and again. Having every one of these be a one-off negotiation is a recipe for disaster.
that's my point. So do you go directly to city planning, or you go to the deputy mayor's office and just say, let's do this together? It shouldn't be one-off for each of the agencies.
Yeah, the deputy mayor's office has been involved. For your former colleague, Polly Trottenberg, has stepped in kind of, I think, as the leader of trying to bring this to closure, and I'm counting on her to help us get there.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Metzger.
Jenna, you have your plate full. Couple things. I also think you've demonstrated a track record to bring things in on budget and on schedule. Your bundling works. A lot of the pre-planning that you do works. You've managed to get new contractors certified for us so that we have additional opportunities. So the track record is there, and I think you're going to be successful with this. We need you to be. I, too, feel a little bit grated when people claim that we haven't finished our previous capital plans. The agencies don't just throw project ideas on the wall and see what sticks. They figure out how much work they can get done in a 5-year plan. If we get a 5-year plan approved more than a year late, we know going in that we can't make everything happen in that time frame. You've set a really terrific goal of trying to clear that whole backlog, which this next year may be able to do, and keep going on the plan that we have now. You report on what we've gotten accomplished at CPOC. I think it would be good if, generally it comes towards the end of the meeting and we don't pay real focus attention to it. I think we should actually focus maybe 4 times a year on where we have left to go. That's my first statement. My second one is the work groups, the cost containment work group in particular, had a profound impact in helping us get where we are now and moving forward. If you need help that the work groups can provide, please let us know, because I think the whole board is ready and willing to participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew.
Yeah, Jano, I echo Commissioner Metzger. You do have a plate full, to say the least. I'm just hopeful that in each of these projects you will have really good communication with users of the various places that are under construction, so that riders and or motorists and whoever know the best way to get to their destinations, and there's clear alternative means of getting there, and certainly willing to work with you on how that reads. But I think that's an important piece of the total picture.
Well, I mean, I have to say, one, under Andy's leadership, the communication, obviously, the customer communications has really grown in amount and also in effectiveness. So Sarah Meyer is obviously our leader on that, and she's going to be leading that agency-wide in the transformation. So number one. Number two, I think we've done a good job on a couple of the projects that we're kind of breaking new ground on. This the 42nd Street connection that has its own communication module, much more robust communication strategy, dealing with the local business organizations to try to get the word out about what we're doing, what the schedule is, why we're doing the work, so people don't feel like they're having their lives disrupted for no reason, and making sure the contractor participates in that. We've done it well on Third Track. We have to do a much more aggressive communication strategy. One piece of good news is that we are, together with Sarah and others, we've moved quickly to try to configure the digital screens so that we can deliver line-specific and station-specific messaging, which has, for software reasons, not been available. Even though we got all the digital screens out, we need more. We need more capacity in terms of tailored communications. That is coming, and that will be important.
I think the digital screens are a great addition. I have noticed in some instances that they cycle, so if you didn't happen to be looking at it at the correct moment, you might actually miss the message about what's happening. So as long as we have multiple screens and so many of them devoted to passenger information, maybe ones that are vital information like a service change ought to stay on while the others cycle.
Jano, thanks for the good report. I want to make an acknowledgement on behalf of the board. Our colleague Andy Byford is departing the MTA. We all respect his decision and wish him well in his next chapters. Andy has been instrumental in many of the successes at the MTA and New York City Transit over the last 2 years, and we thank him for his service. Among his achievements was to build a strong team at Transit who will continue the work of the Subway Action Plan, Fast Forward, which has resulted in tremendous benefits for our customers. We talked about that earlier in the meeting at the Transit Committee meeting on Tuesday with Commissioner Feinberg, and today in terms of on-time performance, fewer delays, and increases in ridership. And Andy, on behalf of millions of customers, tens of thousands of employees at the MTA and the board, we thank you for your service. Commissioner Samuelson.
I've been in a lot of board meetings. I don't think I've ever really spoken up for a transit boss that's resigning. But I do want to say, Andy, it's been, 2 years. It's been 2 years, right? So you're the first guy that came to town, or woman that came to town for that matter, that in my view, and probably in the view of the other unions, in fact, had a real compassion for transit workers, MTA workers, and the work that we do. And you are the first one that I ever saw bother to walk into the rooms of pain downstairs on the first floor where transit workers get incessantly disciplined, to go person to person and say, why are you here? Why are you here? I mean, you brought a compassion to a level of compassion to this job that'll be difficult to replace. And we appreciate the openness that you brought to the job. And my first instinct when somebody, one of the reporters asked me what I thought, my first instinct was to say, well, Andy Byford wasn't a liar, which is a pretty interesting first instinct on my part. And perhaps I'm jaded a bit after 26 or 27 years in this New York City Transit Authority. But good luck wherever you go. And I'm sure the other union folks around the table have a similar feeling. And don't worry, the TWU will keep this system together. It'll survive. Thanks.
As a representative of riders, there's not even time to thank you, Andy, for what you have done for the riding public. The Fast Forward plan, the Safe Seconds plan, the attention to detail, the signage improvements, the group station managers, the fabulous team that you've put together. I just don't, I am heartbroken. I wish you the best, obviously. Whoever gets you next is a very lucky place indeed, and I hope your team will continue to carry on the great progress that you have made for the riding public. For the first time in ages, people have just come up to me and say, things are really better, and that Byford is fabulous. And I hope we don't lose them. And I said, I hope we don't too. So I'm getting endless emails and texts now saying, how did this happen? Just wish you the best, and thanks for everything you did for New York.
Sorry, Mr. Lynn, Commissioner Lynn.
Yeah, I just want to say I have a sense of extraordinary sadness to see you go, Andy. The thing that most struck me during all of these meetings is how everybody felt that you listened to what they said and understood what they said. So many public speakers would get up and say that they heard you speak and you listened to what they said. Your constant conversation about the workers and the workforce and your support of the workforce. I believe from what I've heard you are extraordinarily important, had an extraordinarily important impact in the collective bargaining and helping the parties reach a wise settlement. So I feel that I've been in the public sector many, many years, and in the 6 months I've known you, I've learned so much about how people need to work with the workforce. You are not just an incredible runner of trains and operator of trains. You are an extraordinary person and human being in your dealing with people. So I will miss you terribly.
Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, I'd like to associate myself with the remarks of Brother Samuelson regarding your trustworthiness and your honesty in dealing with the people. But my point I want to make, I mean, you have a right to write your own resignation letter. I mean, that's your business. But for the rest of us here on the board, the elements of compassion that he brought up, and I would say the sensitivity and communication skills you transmitted to everyone, and the genuine feelings we felt you had for the workforce, that's more than just feel-good stuff. That's an element of efficiency, and if we want efficiency going forward, that's the sort of management we need. That we need to know as workers that you're listening to us, people are listening to us, and if we don't, that's not going to make the place more efficient. You can have all the time clocks you want. You can have people's, you can do it by iris or whatever you want to do, and it really won't, that's not efficiency. It's what people are doing when they're here that is efficiency. So in that regard, we come not to praise you, but to bury you, and good luck, man.
All right,
Chair, may I just make just one very brief comment, Chair?
Please, Andy, of course.
Only to say, I'd like to thank you, Chair Foy, Chair Ferrer, and Chair Loter before him for the opportunity you've given me. I'd like to say a big thank you to Governor Cuomo for giving me this opportunity, but also to Governor Cuomo and the legislature for having the courage to pass congestion pricing, and also to get the funds that Jano now I know will deliver the capital plan that is unprecedented, and the Governor deserves huge credit for that. Chair Feinberg, I'd also like to thank you for your support and leadership at the Transit Committee while I've been there. Just two other thank yous, really. Number one, to New Yorkers for bearing with me, putting up with me, giving me this wonderful opportunity to live in this amazing place. This really is the absolute pinnacle of any transit professional's career. It doesn't get much bigger than New York City Transit, and it's been my honor and privilege to serve New Yorkers. But also, finally, to my executive team, the broader management team, but ultimately, to John's point, the 50,000 men and women of transit. I think in some ways I'll miss them the most. I call them diamonds. They're just wonderful, decent, hardworking human beings, and I'll always be proud to have stood shoulder to shoulder with them. Thank you for everything.
Thank you for those comments. Can I have a motion to adjourn? I move it. Second. All in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Next board meeting is Wednesday, February 26th. Thank you. I want to start by thanking Andy Byford for his tremendous service as head of New York City Transit over the past couple of years. Andy was, as I said in the board meeting, instrumental in many of our successes at the MTA and New York City Transit, including the incredible improvement in on-time performance, the increase in ridership, which is unique among transit agencies at this point, successful implementation of the Subway Action Plan, creation of the Fast Forward, and redesigning bus networks for the future. We respect his decision, wish him well in his next chapters, and thank him for his contributions at the MTA and New York City Transit. And with that, I'll take your questions. Clayton.
Two questions. Have you decided on an acting president of New York City Transit yet, and when will you have made that decision?
So Andy continues to be president of New York City Transit. When we are working on a plan, when we've got something to announce, we will.
Okay, and then when is his last day? Have you planned that out?
I'll come back to you on that.
And then what happens, have you guys had any discussions about what happens to Andy's visa, how long he'll be able to remain in the country?
Look, that's a personal question. I don't have any insight into that, and don't think it's relevant, frankly. Dan. Sorry. Look, I'm not going to get into the timeline. Andy told me and Mario Peliquin that he had decided to leave, and I'm gonna leave it at that. I regret the fact he's leaving. I thank him for his tremendous service to the MTA and New York City Transit. I will say, as I said at the board meeting, that Andy has built a tremendous team. And it's the work of 74,000 people that led to the on-time performance, that led to the ridership increases, that led to the successes in subways and buses. David. David.
Pat, you were talking about station accessibility before and the MTA's deep commitment to it. I'm just curious, is there anything in writing that says that city money is siloed specifically for station accessibility efforts?
Is there anything in writing?
Is there anything in writing that says this $3 billion that the city gives is only for station accessibility?
Yeah, the governor in the state budget allocated the $3 billion, thanks to the governor, thanks to the state legislature, which we believe will approve it. And the $3 billion from the state and $3 billion from the city is dedicated to accessibility. That's what the capital plan says.
But the rest of the money from congestion pricing isn't dedicated to accessibility.
Well, the money from congestion pricing pursuant to state law is allocated 80% to transit, 10% to Long Island Railroad and Metro North. We're going to be scrupulous about complying with those provisions of state law, but the $6 billion is dedicated to accessibility.
So why didn't it say that in the original capital plan briefing, where it says that the congestion pricing money was prioritized to support NYCT's new subway signaling, cars, track accessibility, as well as buses and system improvements and further and so on?
So David, I'm not sure what document you're referring to. I think we've been consistent that the $6 billion is dedicated to accessibility.
I mean, do you think that you're doing some rhetorical hostage taking here? I mean, why is it that the money is only for accessibility when you're fighting with the mayor, as opposed to why wouldn't it threaten signal upgrades? Why wouldn't it threaten train stock?
Well, look, every part of the capital plan, signaling, rolling stock, communications, ADA elevators, is critical, right? There's none of it that's optional or unimportant, but the $6 billion is dedicated to accessibility. Please.
Times or frustrated too many times. Could you give us some sense of where he was at when he told you?
I think Andy was proud of his service here at New York City Transit, proud of the team he created, proud of the quantifiable and tangible results, the improvement in on-time performance, the increase in ridership, the reduction of delays, and he made a personal decision, and I accept that.
Hi, Chairman. Is there a resignation letter
There is a letter.
And what would you say to riders, elected leaders in the city? They're expressing disappointment in this, and especially since Mr. Byford had earned some goodwill among riders. What's this going to mean for the
Here's
MTA
what I tell riders. The system is in significantly better shape than it was in July of 2017 when the governor declared a state of emergency. Point one. Point two, part of that is a result of $800 million plus that originally came from the state, and then the city joined later when a state law was passed that had a significant impact in the short term on subway performance and the ridership experience. People should be grateful for the work that Andy and his team did in creating the Fast Forward. Fourth, they should be grateful for the passage of congestion pricing, which was an incredible act of political leadership by the governor and the leadership. And five, the creation of the historic, transformative $51.5 billion capital plan. Andy, sixth, has built an incredible team at New York City Transit. It's 74,000 people that have been able to realize this increase in on-time performance, the reduction in delays, the increase in ridership. That's a team effort. And lastly, Andy has left a strong team behind. And the momentum that team has created will, I believe, continue into the future. Dana.
Pat, are you at all concerned about your ability to attract and retain talent, including the talent that Byford has accumulated at New York City Transit?
Dana, I'm not. I think that we've just gone through, for instance, hiring a new Chief Transformation Officer, new COO, both of them are with us today, new Chief People Officer. I believe there's substantial talent within the MTA and New York City Transit, and that as the largest transit agency in North America, in New York City, this agency will continue as it has in the past and as it did with Andy Byford, and it is doing now with the new leadership, to whom obviously come from Canada, that will be able to attract talent, retain talent, and develop talent internally.
As a follow-up, are you at all concerned about your ability to attract women to the MTA, given that all 6 of your most recent hires, senior level hires, are men?
No, we're committed. I'm not. We're committed to diversity and inclusion. The teams that will be put together will be representative of the MTA service region and New York. Paul.
Maybe I missed this earlier, but could you explain what reason Andy gave for leaving?
Andy's reasons, Paul, were personal, and I respect those.
When you say personal, what do you mean? Like he's found another job, he wants to spend more time with his family, he wants to leave the U.S., like?
Well, no one would want to leave the U.S., Paul. No, it was personal reasons. He did say he's going to take some time off, to which I think he's entitled, and I would expect that he'll enjoy a successful career in the future. What his next chapter is, I don't know. That's a question for Andy.
And then in terms of, this isn't the first time that Andy's resigned, so can you just talk a little bit about the issues that Andy has had while he's been running New York City Transit? Like, why has he resigned multiple times?
Well, look, Andy resigned yesterday, today, for personal reasons. I respect those. Andy did an incredible job, and we all ought to acknowledge that. And one of the things he did, as I said in my board comments at the end, was he built a team that will maintain and continue and build on the momentum that he developed, and I think that's a characteristic of a true leader.
But that's not explaining why he has resigned multiple times.
Again, Paul, personal question that should be directed to Andy. I'm not going to speak on personal.
Could you just clarify? You said he resigned yesterday. Today, did he resign yesterday or today?
Today.
Today.
Yeah. Thank you. Alfonso.
Hi, I wanted to ask you about overtime. So on Monday, the figures for the whole year came out for overtime, and the MTA went, I think, 26% over budget on overtime, and
lower than in 2018.
Yes, about 9% lower than 2018. But as far as comparing to the budget, so this year, I think the budget amount is something like 30% less than it was last year, even knowing that you went 26% over budget. Can you explain that and how you could be that optimistic, have that level of confidence that you'll be able to bring down overtime that much?
Well, look, there's been a focus here on overtime, Alfonso, for a long time. We report to the board monthly on overtime. When we do financial plan updates, for instance, as we did in July, there was a overtime update. So overtime properly has gotten a lot of attention. It's gotten even more attention, obviously, with the Morrison and Foster report, which was June, July, August, I don't remember exactly which month, with the installation of Kronos, and while Hibri updated the board and the public on that today. And I think the intense management focus and board focus and public focus and media focus that's being brought to that will help manage it down. Some overtime is obviously not controllable because of emergencies and weather and other things, and that varies from year to year, but I think there's an intense focus on overtime that you're seeing at literally every board meeting, and I think that'll help.
Just as follow-up, how big a piece of bringing down overtime, and again, and the estimates are, I guess, about 30% this year, will be addressing the perceived fraud? So what you would accomplish with the time clocks and that kind of thing, do you think that goes a long way towards bringing down that big number?
Well, look, I think the time clocks, which are standard practice in a lot of industrial and transportation facilities, will help. I think there is some fraud, waste, and abuse. And $1 of fraud, waste, and abuse is too much. I don't believe it's a significant component of overall overtime. But anybody who violates the rules or violates the law ought to be, treated in accordance with the with law, regulation, or MTA policy. And I think all those things together will help. David.
Were any attempts made in this instance to change Andy Byford's mind about leaving?
Look, I'm not going to speak to that. As I said, he resigned for personal reasons. I'm not getting into the any possible toing and froing. Clayton.
Andy hasn't been made available at these particular press conferences since his last resignation. Why not have him come up and allow him to speak for himself today?
First, I don't believe your premise is right. I think Andy has been here at the podium with me in recent months. I don't remember exactly what we did in last month's. You ought to reach out to Tim Minton in the press shop for interviews. Dan. So Dan, I agree with one part of your statement, which is the press has reported those things. I don't, however, agree with the premise that reflects reality, and Andy's reasons for resigning are personal. And you ought to talk to Tim Minton in the press shop and ask to talk to him. I'm not going to speak to personal matters, nor do I know what drove his decision beyond wanting to take some time off. And then, please.
During his last resignation, I should say after his last resignation, he said he would stay as long as he could remain effective. Has Andy Byford not been effective recently?
I think the data, on-time performance, reduction in delays, the customer surveys, frankly, which are also empirical and important, speak for themselves. I think he's been effective every day he's been here for the last 2 years plus.
Thanks, everybody.
Great. Thanks.